Another day, another Fiesta. Didn't I say that yesterday? Maybe I did. I don't know. I'm a broken record sometimes. It happens. I will say...
Cool.
I always say, if you want to stream on Twitch, prepare to repeat yourself because you'll be doing it a lot. People ask the same questions oftentimes. It's just the way it goes. But on this 4th day of the 2025 Final Fantasy Fiesta, we will be finishing up Final Fantasy II. Thank you, Ziggy, for the 123 bits. And, well, all we get is a few more dungeons. We should be on our way to FF3 with casters only. Oh. See, in Final Fantasy, there's only like one Final Fantasy where magic is better, and it's 6. Everything else, physical is almost always better, almost every single time. Yep, yeah, yep, yes, yeah. Magic's always better except for 6. Or physical is always better except for 6. So wizards only in FF3, squishies, no tanks, no consistent damage. Blah. Yeah, but you can't cast regularly with magic in FF15. So it's nice for a big bada boom, and then that's it, you know. So like I would argue that if you do the work, yes, magic is much more reliable and more powerful than physical. But you're gonna have to do some grinding and some effort, you know. I always rate like how overpowered something is based on how easy it is to get it, right? Like card mod in FF8 is overpowered because it's easy to get.
Watch out! I'm coming!
Thank you for sharing.
Dang, you are a hot helping of beef.
Well, you know, I don't work out, so.
Here it comes.
Stop punching my butthole!
What?
I need that butthole!
You were insulting me.
Good boy.
This is definitely a combination of alerts. Oh.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Oh, thank you. No, my butthole doesn't hurt. Thank you. What a combination, dude. Thank you, thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 669 bits, the 466 bits, the 468 bits, the 510 bits, the 266 bits, and no, thank you for the 211 bits. There's also a really big thank you I have to do. Earlier, before I had my software started and everything, our good friend Papa Pondy sent a massive $500 donation while I was off stream. And the reason they sent it off stream is because they said that for personal reasons they're no longer watching Twitch anymore. And so to respect that massive generosity from Papa Pondy, absolutely, we are 100% adding that to the total. Boom. Boom. And that puts us very close to the Final Fantasy IV incentive. So, yeah. Shout outs to Papa Pondy, wherever you are, bud. I respect you and appreciate your love and support to this channel and to the Fiesta and to me and to my continued existence on Twitch and all that good stuff. So thank you very much. And thank all of you as well for being here and hanging out and all that love and support we just got. So, yes. Wow. Whew. Sometimes you just get like really lightheaded and you just gotta like breathe and not think about it. Man, thank you. I mean, it was good because you just like, you know, let me kiss that boo-boo better. Okay, thanks. Anyway, hi, hello, welcome in to the Final Fantasy Fiesta again. Obviously, we're in FF2, as noted by the giant Final Fantasy II logo in front of you. But we only have a few more dungeons left, and we should be at the end of the game. And usually magic is a little bit more of a reliable final boss than physical, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I hope y'all are doing good though. Not much to say. I don't think. Oh, Metroid Prime 4 came out today. Octopath Zero also came out today, but Metroid Prime 4 came out today. And I got it on time before stream came out. But I can't play it, like always. Any game I don't play day one, I get it on time. Any game I do want to play day one, I don't get it day one. Figures, figures, figures. It's sitting over there on my floor. Yeah. But for those of you that can enjoy Metroid Prime 4, enjoy. But I promise that if Metroid Prime 4 came out, that I'd do an event for Metroid games, and, well, we're busy right now, which means I have to wait several months to play Metroid Prime 4 again. And for those of you that enjoy Octopath Traveler, enjoy Octopath Traveler 0. I'm sure it's a perfectly fine, competent Octopath game. The end. Anyway, we got Azure, Genju Dragon, what's up? Old Man Vax, what's going on? What's up, Lily Knight, Ryu Power, Space Cowboy, hello, what's up, Cinny, Flexible, Balinor, how's it going? What's up, Mecha, Phoenix, hello, what's up, Zio, Alan, what's up? What's up, Erica? Lunatone, hello, Amillis, what's up? What's up, Tubastone, Greybeard, Grimnola, Ziggy, I hope you're doing good. What's up, Various, Rod Bear, Kamada Zero, hello, what's up, No Name, Playo, what's going on? What's up, Velacor, Silver Dragon, hello, Lady Lore, hello. Laser Dante, what's up, Berserk? Or sorry, yeah, Berserk and Rod Bear, hello, hello. What's up, Crixie? Lonnie, thank you for 28 months of subbing. Thank you. TechSide, how's it going? Aldog, hello. Curse of Fiesta, no new games. There are games that I don't want to stream that I could play, but those are ones that I want to stream, you know. Denob, how's it going? What's up, Grim? Clone myself, but if I clone myself, then I wouldn't be playing it. My clone would. What's up, Jazzy, Sweet Videl, Magic, and Lurkers, and anyone I might have missed. Yeah, see, cloning is not like a double living, like it's not like you have two brains linked by the cloud or something. It's like you and your brother or your friend in terms of, you know, awareness. Two different people. Just genetically identical. All right. Well then, we are right in front of the Crystal Tower thing, Mysidia Tower, whatever it's called. Let us resume the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Okay, good. I was right. I thought the whirlpool was there and you go into it, but that makes sense that it's not there and then it spawns on you. Because nobody would go into it. I will say Octopath Traveler 0 is a game that I won't stream. And I will play it on my own time and come back to you guys with information on it. So that much, if I wanted to play that one, I could. Where are we? Where's Layla? Oh no. I really find it hilarious, like how zero risk a lot of this game is, with how like the scaling of enemies works, and then like when you get to the final dungeon and final boss, it's just like, you know. I mean, the biggest risk in this game is the status ailments, by far. By far, the biggest risk is the status ailments. Like, it doesn't even matter how much HP you have. It really doesn't, for the most part. Yep, Octopath Traveler 2 was fun. Ochette was nice. But I've streamed both Octopath Travelers. I know what's in store for the third game. It's gonna be more of the same. I'm not gonna bother streaming it, you know? Hardest Final Fantasy game? 13. Easily. It's not even a contest. And it's not just because like it's obtuse or whatever, it's like legitimate difficulty. It's a game that requires you to access the mechanics in a way that is, you know, strategic. Most other games like this one, you can just kind of smash through until the end. Not to say that Final Fantasies are inherently easy, I would say they're moderate difficulty. Like they tend to put themselves at a middle of the ground difficulty. Very expertly, I might add. Ah, twist headband. This is like gold hairpin, but slightly worse. Oh no, this is the strength version of it. I might use that just for the like my evasion goes down, but like that defense is kind of key. So I think I'm going to use it just for the defense. Yeah, I think that's fine. Once I get another gold hairpin, it'll go the way of the dinosaur. FF15 and 16 is not turn-based. There's a turn-based mode for FF15. It's called ATB mode. As far as FF16 goes, I would say it's a little bit higher in the difficulty because it actually requires a lot of skill-based inputs, but it's not overly difficult. It's as far as action RPGs go, on the moderate side, like I said before. However, there are some fun challenges in FF16 that are definitely above average. Johnny Orphan Stomper, yeah. That's true. Octopath Traveler 2 did spawn Johnny Orphan Stomper, but it didn't spawn Johnny Orphan Stomper because that was the game. It spawned Johnny Orphan Stomper because the game failed at being logical, and Johnny Orphan Stomper spawned from that illogical debacle. No, I don't even use the classic mode for FF7 Remake. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 doesn't utilize elemental weaknesses and everything. The reason why is because you have a single party. It's a single person. So if you were to set up your kit to have elements that an enemy was resistant or immune to, then you'd be screwed. So of course it can't have element significances. The elements are about what they look like and what kind of general type of ability you're going to get. So it's not about, like, you don't need elemental immunities or resistances or whatever. That's an arbitrary mechanic that is irrelevant to the greater, like game design. There are a billion other games and RPGs that don't utilize those kinds of concepts, and yet nobody complains about that. You know, Final Fantasy 13 doesn't do that really. Well, actually it does. But it's to the point where everybody has enough to where the AI will just use whatever element, doesn't matter, you know? The point I'm getting at is it's an arbitrary mechanic, who cares? It's not about that. It's about the build that you make with the icons in general, you know? That's a lot of cash that he has. There's another weapon here, the Earth Sword or whatever. The Gaia Blade or something. That's unfortunate whenever we have to do a no attack or no sword playthrough. I like how he's supposed to be a frontliner and that's the HP that he starts with. Like, hello? But yeah, FF13 I think is the more execution and strategic heavy of the games. A lot of games out there, people don't really recognize the difference between hard and fake, artificial difficulty. They think that because the game is like starting the battle, you die and there's nothing you can do about it. That's hard. That's not hard. That's just poorly tuned, you know? It's RNG or like SMT. SMT is not a hard game. It's actually quite easy and simplistic. But because the game can randomly start the battle and just get like a million turns and wipe you, people think it's hard. It's not. It's just poorly designed. FF13 is just legitimately difficult. Well, legitimately more difficult than every other Final Fantasy. I wouldn't even say it's all that hard. They don't even need to ambush you. Yeah, in FF13 you can't grind, which does present a particular problem with trying to get the power you need in order to overcome challenges. There is a cap on your stats, more or less, and that's a bit of a problem. But honestly, if you've capped your stats for each particular chapter, you should have no problem getting through the game. However, not everybody is like a competent gamer or has like accessibility issues or something. And so, you know, yeah, there is a cap. You can't overgrind. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize this was in the chest because I know it's just like it's like golden armor or diamond armor. I think it's diamond armor, which is money. I don't need to do this battle. I didn't think it was. I thought it was trapped with like just your standard enemies, and I was like, no big deal. But yeah, yeah, the audacity of my RNG. That's why I quick save every time anything significantly good happens. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, but once again, like 90, you know, I forgive a game made in the 80s that has that kind of design. I do not forgive a game made in like 2000 plus with that kind of design. That being said, I didn't mind SMT5, even though I did get SMT on several occasions. It was okay. But a lot of it is because I think they have like save anywhere and stuff, and that kind of helped alleviate the pain. Whoops, I've definitely done that, Glassjaw. You get so comfortable with quick save, you go back and play a classic game, and you're just like, oh, right. 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 Oh, roundworm, I got these things in my poop.
Cool.
Thank you, Pinastic, for the 123 bids. Some developers learned from bad game design and started making better games. Other developers, like Atlas, embraced it and kept making those bad designs because they thought that that's what their fan base wanted. And if they had evolved their like designs, their fan base would have evolved with them, or at least not gotten so ingrained in the bad designs that by not having it, you would have betrayed them or something. So now they're stuck. That's not a cottage. That's what's the thingy that you put in your yard or whatever that is dumb. It just has a chair and that's it. like a palanquin or palladium or like yurt would work, yeah. Open sesame! Gazebo, that's the one. So this will be the only time in the game where the last time in the game where my elements will matter, because there's gonna be a fire giant, there's gonna be an ice giant, and there's gonna be a thunder giant, and I'll have to use certain elements in order to get past them. So obviously I can't use fire on the fire giant and all that good stuff. And after that, the elements that I have won't matter. They'll all just be the same. Oh, absolutely, no name. I gave a lot of forgiveness to DQ. I do think DQ2 is one of the worst NES games out there as far as RPGs go, but like it's forgivable. It's like an average experience of the era, so I kind of gave it some decent marks because I understand that part of it. I thought there was like a shortcut on one of these, but anyway. But yeah, otherwise I would have if DQ2 had the same designs coming out today and not like the HD remaster or remake or whatever. I'm talking about like new game. If I had those kinds of designs, man, that'd be like a 0 or 1 out of 10 kind of thing. Yeah, I got my crab dragoon. Crab dragoon. Yep, Final Fantasy, or DQ2 came out before Final Fantasy 1, yeah. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Final Fantasy 1 came out around the same time as DQ3 did. So FF3 did a job system quite a bit after DQ3 did. Welcome back, Asher. Aww. Looks like my MP has grown a little bit. Being in the 500s of MP is a lot better than the 300s. Oh, Final Fantasy 3 is the best Famicom game there is, I think. It's exceptional. It's quite a shame we never got the NES version of it. That would have been really fun to play. It's always a shame that 2 and 3, and 5 for that matter, never made it to the US shores during its time, because I think we would have all had the same kind of nostalgia for 2 and 3 as we did for 1 and 4 and 6. Especially 3. I think people would have gone gaga for FF3 if it came out in the US. But nobody has any nostalgia for FF3, and it's a shame because Final Fantasy 3, by the way, and since we're coming to that game today, we will be playing it. Final Fantasy 3 is the most referenced Final Fantasy in all of Final Fantasy history. Final Fantasy games reference Final Fantasy 3 more than any other game. And the reason is because all of the class stuff comes from FF3, except for like the standard 5, which they don't even do warrior anymore, or fighter, really, you know? But it's just white mage and black mage and red mage, really, from FF1. I mean, the other two are kind of, yeah, they're there, but like not really, you know? But Sage and Dark Knight and Ninja is a much more referenced thing in there than it is in FF1. But the Crystal Tower and a lot of the other things from Final Fantasy 3 are referenced way more than any other game or FF game in the series. Oh, I thought it was that one. So, like, in my opinion, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are definitely more of the outliers when it comes to the retro original games. Final Fantasy 3, in my opinion, is the actual, like, root of Final Fantasy. Like, Final Fantasy starts with Final Fantasy 3, and then it moves forward as a series. 1 and 2 were just kind of like they were feeling their way in the dark, trying to find anything that could stick. And it definitely shows in the designs of the game. They're vastly different from anything in the rest of the game series. And 3 really feels like Final Fantasy 4 beta. And then FF4 takes those concepts and builds a narrative around it, and then Final Fantasy begins. It's from there. Final Fantasy 3 is like the prologue to Final Fantasy. And then Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are like the alpha and the beta of Final Fantasy. And they kind of discarded a lot of ideas and sort of reimagined everything and built things up. And then 3 comes out, that's the prologue. And then Final Fantasy 4 is like chapter 1, you know? Have you played Final Fantasy 3 before, Danob? Because there's this thing about Final Fantasy 4 that's really, or sorry, Final Fantasy 3 that's really, really interesting. No, that's what I said. Final Fantasy 4 was the first time they introduced a strong narrative. I mentioned that. I said that specifically, that FF3 was like the prologue, and then they introduced a narrative with FF4, and then voila, there you go. But the point I'm making is that, so when you play Final Fantasy 3 and you get to the end of the game and you get Sage and Ninja, and then like Dark Knight is like this big deal of a class because it has that like AoE Dark Blast and everything, and it's really cool. Like, whoa, Dark Knight is so awesome. Whoa, Sage is so awesome. Whoa, Summoner is so awesome, because those things didn't exist in any of the other prior Final Fantasies. They were huge deals, right? So then you start Final Fantasy 4. What do you start as? You start as the Dark Knight Cecil. It's basically taking the concepts of Final Fantasy 3 with all the major classes and saying, now you're the hero versions of those class. You are the hero version of the Dark Knight as the main character, Dark Knight Cecil. And then when you go through the game and you gotta go to the Summoner's Village, Summoner, that's one of the awesomest jobs in Final Fantasy 3. Cool! We're gonna go to the Summoner Village and get a Summoner now? Heck yeah! And I remember Dragoons, but they were pretty cool too from Final Fantasy 3, and we got Kain, and he's the hero version of the Dragoon. Awesome! You know, and then you meet Rydia, who is like a budding summoner. Oh my gosh, she's gonna be so awesome when she gets older and more powerful or whatever, you know? And then you go to that cave and you meet the Sage Tella. And the reason they like make such a big deal about meeting the Sage Tella and how important he is because Sage was the ultimate caster. That's why Tella has both white magic and black magic, because he's the hero character version of Sage from Final Fantasy 3. And so like basically Final Fantasy 4 is just putting a narrative around Final Fantasy 3 that's a little bit more strong than just go bring the light back to the crystals or whatever. So that's why Final Fantasy 3 is like the major root of Final Fantasy. It starts with FF3, and then it builds up from FF4 and on and on and on and on and on until we have all the way up to where we're at now. And that's why the major themes of Final Fantasy are crystals, not because of Final Fantasy 1, but because of Final Fantasy 3 specifically. I guess I could just spam that and level it up, eh? I can, yeah, she's gonna be my major damage. Let's heal up just in case, because I know these guys can hit a little bit harder. I love this name of that spell, Boulders 9. Just boulders. Actually, yes, Hardy, in the original Final Fantasy 1, there are no crystals. You hold orbs, not crystals. So there are no crystals until FF3. They only retconned it into crystals because of the theme of Final Fantasy being so heavily laden with crystals that they changed it in later versions. So original FF1 is orbs, not crystals. Thus, once again, the major themes of Final Fantasy come from Final Fantasy 3. I think there's like a secret passage there or something. Yeah, the retcon Cid. Cid at first appears in Final Fantasy 2. It wasn't until later editions that they changed the Lufinian translator guy into Cid. The only Final Fantasy things in Final Fantasy 1 are airships, white mage, black mage, and then I guess you could kind of say monk or ninja or whatever, I guess, technically. But even that, those were kind of accidents. More than anything, white mage and black mage are really the only iconic things from Final Fantasy that are original. Everything else is just kind of like generic warrior, generic thief guy, generic punchy person, you know? That just happened to be monk and happened to be thief and ninja and everything. It's more that Final Fantasy 3 drew upon that to make them iconic in Final Fantasy. Red Mage is pretty iconic, that's true. As much as I love Final Fantasy 1, the real true root of Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 3. It's the drip, period. Hat and all, the drip. That's Red Mage in a nutshell. Oh, you know, good point, No Name, good point. The square root of Final Fantasy is 3. Nope. In the original Final Fantasy 1, they were orbs, not crystals. And yes, they do have the prelude. That's true. Oh, sure. I mean, the Final Fantasy isms are there and they're built off of, for sure. But I'm talking about, like, the major iconic things, you know? The DNA is there. Absolutely. Hey, even if you weren't playing devil's advocate and you were being legitimate, that's completely valid, man. Or bro, it's bro backwards. That's how you know Final Fantasy is your friend. I mean, it's not like Final Fantasy 3 didn't pull a lot from the first two games in order to build that foundation that is Final Fantasy. You know, so of course FF1 and FF2 have isms of Final Fantasy, but 3 is the real, like, beginning, the real start of where we talk about the iconic factors of Final Fantasy. In fact, everybody's always like, oh, it's not Final Fantasy unless there are crystals involved, and I'm like, well, first off, the first two Final Fantasies didn't even have crystals. Secondly, crystals are only a theme in maybe half of the Final Fantasies. Let's see, 3. Technically 4, but it's like a crystal. Yeah. 5, yes. Not 6, not 7, not 8, 9, not 10, 12. You could argue it, I'd say fine, 12. And then 13, and then 15, and then 16. We're talking about Final Fantasies, not spin-offs or side games. But I've definitely heard a lot of arguments about Final Fantasy without crystals isn't Final Fantasy. Aren't materia crystals? Maybe. Do they explicitly say, oh yeah, materia, aka crystals? No, they do not. Could you make the argument that there are crystalline objects in every Final Fantasy that doesn't have a theme majorly based off of crystals? Yes. You could say magicite is crystals. You could say materia is crystals. You could say fucking, I don't know, your dick is crystal. It doesn't matter. Like, you can make so many, like, arguments about what is or is not crystal. But at the end of the day, none of those are major themes of crystals being a factor. They never say the word crystal. They just have objects that potentially could be conceived as crystalline, and that does not really mean that the theme it has majorly based around crystals, does it? It just means that there are objects that are crystalline, which means nothing. God, my throat, it's like itchy. Ricard is a corpse. He just wiggles around on the ground to follow me. No, you did not. I don't have any kind of sound alerts on my devices for any software whatsoever unless I have an alarm going. Otherwise, I'd be waking up all the time. Honestly, I don't know why people do have that unless they, like, are on call or something. Correct, best friend club. That's exactly the point I'm making, yeah. Oh, dang it, man. Well, these things are dying faster than I expected them to. I remember the last time I did all magic that I did not, like, one-shot these. Maybe it was just the Thunder Giant that had the particular problem. Correct. Yeah, and I'm just like pointing out that the first Final Fantasy to really base its narrative around crystals was Final Fantasy 3. And it's an iconic factor of Final Fantasy. Not always, and once again, you know, as I've said many, many times in the past, every Final Fantasy is different. You're not gonna get Moogles in every Final Fantasy. You're not gonna get crystals in every Final Fantasy. You're not gonna get turn-based in every Final Fantasy. Everything's gonna be different every time. They always wanna make new games, and they always want to make new concepts, but a lot of Final Fantasy isms persist intermittently back and forth between different Final Fantasies to give the impression that it is indeed Final Fantasy without it being just the same damn game. No, but Thea does. Chit chit snook snook. Oops. Biggs and Wedge were first introduced in Final Fantasy VI, and they're a Star Wars reference. And then you have them in 7. I don't think they're in 8. Don't think they're in 9. Pretty sure they're not in 10. They're not in 12 or 13, but they are in 15. They are in 8? Okay. Oh, that's right, the Galbadian soldiers, yeah. You're right. But everything's in 14. We don't count 14. 14. FF14 is Final Fantasy Disneyland. It's like if every Disney movie existed in the same storyline. That's FF14. Like, Well, technically, it's its own canon. It's not part of those games, but whatever. The point I'm getting at is it's Final Fantasy Disneyland. Like, of course they're in Final Fantasy 14. Pretty sure you have Kamari's back hair in Final Fantasy 14, you know? Like, everything is there. So Final Fantasy 1 never had a Cid. It was changed in later versions for the Lufinian teacher person to be called Cid. Otherwise, 2, yes, 3. Yeah, I don't remember if 3 has Cid actually. I want to say yes, but I can't place it. 4 definitely, obviously. 5, yes. 6, yes. 7, yes. 8, yes. 9, yes. 10, yes. 12, yep. 13, yeah. 14, obviously 14. 15, yep. 16, yeah. So yes, every main Final Fantasy does have a Cid. Since 2, anyway. 1 did not have a Cid originally. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he makes a very brief appearance. Why did he look like Robin Williams? Because literally he was modeled after Robin Williams. Literally. So, you know, that's why. FF8 said looked like him. Oh yeah, it's the other way around. Damn these basiliscuses. The primary spells being fire, blizzard, and thunder probably exist. As far as a summons didn't even exist until FF. Guess what? 3! Enemy types, behemoths didn't exist until FF2. Marbles didn't exist until FF2. Cactuars didn't exist until FF5. Moogles didn't exist until FF3. Chocobos didn't exist until FF2. So, Bahamut technically exists in FF1. That might be a thing, but I don't know if there's a Bahamut in this one. I don't think there's Bahamut in FF2. No Ifrit. No, Ifrit does not exist in FF1 or 2. Because once again, summons didn't exist until FF3, which is where Ifrit doesn't even make his first appearance, does he? I want to say the primary first summons were like odd named, but maybe I'm mistaken. No Titan in FF1 or 2. You could have big giants that may be considered proto-Titan. Mithril is in all FF games? That's like saying Longsword is in every Final Fantasy game, you know? But also, Mithril doesn't exist in FF1, not the original. They renamed some of the things later on. But yeah, saying Mithril exists in every FF is like saying HP exists, or leather armor, or something, you know? Mithril is also a D&D thing, not a Final Fantasy thing. Or actually, more specifically, it's a Middle-earth thing that D&D utilized, and then, by extension, Final Fantasy and other RPGs. Huzzah, Selnica, congrats! See, the thing is that if you want to figure out what thing is in all Final Fantasies, the first thing you're gonna have to figure out is what the thing is in Final Fantasy 1 first, because all the things that exist that are iconic in Final Fantasy probably started with 2 or more likely 3. Well, it's a Vorpal sword, but once again, I mean, utilize, like, unless it's like a Masamune or some other majorly iconic weapon, I'm not gonna count Longsword or Mithril Sword or Vorpal Sword, but even then, Vorpal Sword only exists in 1. My favorite aspect of this discussion is that there are so many people that say Final Fantasy isn't Final Fantasy unless it has this iconic Final Fantasy thing. And like literally there is no Final Fantasy or no iconic Final Fantasy thing that exists in all Final Fantasies. I want to say that's true, Iron Mog. Yeah, I don't think it came from like any of the Middle Earth stuff or anything like that first. What reminds me of Final Fantasy games? I think what's really important about Final Fantasy is it has at least some of the Final Fantasy isms. You know, maybe it has chocobos, maybe it doesn't, maybe it has moogles, maybe it doesn't, maybe it, you know, one of those, it's gotta have at least some of that iconic Final Fantasy stuff, right? It can't have none of it. But more than anything, I think it's just quality. It's just quality. It's high production value, excellent storytelling, deep character writing, excellent scenario writing. Like, it's just the quality. It's the quality of the game, you know? And there's gonna be like the intermittent Final Fantasy isms that tie it together. Well, I mean, I'm talking about main Final Fantasy games. We don't talk about side stuff when we're talking about Final Fantasy. Those are exempt from the discussion simply because they don't really apply. I think I need to start leveling up my swap. My building levels, yeah, so that's important. The swap is a way to sort of get my MP back. And then I can swap my MP to other people afterwards. That and Osmos. True, but in my opinion, when it comes to Dragon Quest, they sort of revel in their like sameness. You know what I mean? Like, part of what makes Dragon Quest is that it's always so faithful to itself, and that's just the way Dragon Quest does it. Final Fantasy doesn't do it like that. It always tries to create something new. It tries to create new concepts, new styles, new gameplay, new worlds, new everything. It revels in being new, whereas Dragon Quest revels in being the same. The fanfare has been there since 1. Where is it in FF13? It isn't. That's why I say that. Not as far as I know. Maybe it's on some like weird obscure side quest thing or something like that. But I'm pretty sure it's not anywhere. There might be a motif somewhere. Oh, it's definitely in 16. But they do the Final Fantasy 14 of it, version of it, where it's like with chorus and everything. The fanfares Final Fantasy, yeah. Like at the end of the day, there is no gameplay style or concept or anything that is Final Fantasy at its core. That's one of the great things about Final Fantasy, and I would like it if more people embrace that idea that Final Fantasy is more of a feeling and less of some arbitrary, specific, tangible thing, you know? Because what's awesome about Final Fantasy is that it embraces diversity and uniqueness, and we always get such amazing new games. Final Fantasy as a series has spawned the vast majority of mechanics that other RPGs use. $57? You can do better than that. Yeah, Final Fantasy innovates. That's what it does. That's what I want from that. To me, that's like one of the most inherent Final Fantasy things is innovation. I think that's a good way to say it. Final Fantasy VII Remake is one of the most unique and original pieces of work ever, and it came out in like 2018, very recently, but in the grand scheme of things. That's insane that such a modern game has found a way to embrace such a unique system that nobody's ever even thought of. And it's all based in original Final Fantasy ATB systems, and just takes that and runs with it, you know, in a way that nobody ever thought to do. Let's see, do I go for Flare and then change it up? I mean, probably better. You mean the Prelude? No, it's not, Jazzy. It's not. Dragon Quest was the first console RPG. I want to say even SMT? No. Was it SMT came first? Was it SMT or something? It's one of those like, it was either Falcom or SMT or something that came before Final Fantasy. But Dragon Quest had 2 Dragon Quest games before the first Final Fantasy game came out. So it's not the original RPG. Of course not. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that the innovation that Final Fantasy does is what inspires other game companies. You know what I mean? Like they are the base of inspiration that other developers use. Whereas Final Fantasy innovates, creates something new every time. Even FF16, a lot of people just say, oh, it's just a hack and slash or whatever. There's a lot of unique things in FF16 that make it stand out quite a bit from anything else. It's just basic Arrow Hydra. Final Fantasy V is just you don't really start to get really deep stories in Final Fantasy until a little bit 6, but mostly 7. And so it's just that the story is very simple and basic and straightforward and, you know, hey, let's go stop the things. There's a lot of interesting stuff in it, but generally speaking, you don't really start to get a lot of really deep storytelling until 7. So, I mean, you can read it and it's interesting, but you're gonna get like, mwahaha, I'm the bad guy and I'm also a tree, you know, so whatever. That's just a product of the era, you know? Well, that sucks. But as far as the Fiesta goes, Arrow Hydra, we don't read dialogue, but we don't skip cutscenes or spoken dialogue. So any kind of voice acted stuff, any kind of cutscenes, we don't skip. But we're not gonna sit there and like, you know, read all the dialogue because, like, the way we read dialogue, first off, it'd be incredibly taxing for us as streamers. But second, it just kind of like, are we gonna speed read? Is that like gonna be a skill for this Fiesta? Is speed reading through everything to, you know, and then it kind of devalues the whole idea of the dialogue to begin with, and it just becomes a mess. So we just don't. We can master dialogue that's not voice acted, but otherwise we listen to it, if that's what you mean. Anytime I play a game for the first time, I always read the dialogue. I don't think Chrono Trigger is as deep of a story as you think it is. I think that's nostalgia talking. Because really, Chrono Trigger is a bunch of kids go and defeat an interdimensional cosmic space hedgehog with an air rifle, a wooden sword, and a Nerf gun. Like, you know, like you're not... That's not a really deep story, my friend. I'm sorry. You know, and it's really silly, time travel-y, timey-wimey stuff that's just kind of goofy and fun. It's not a deep story. It's neat. It's about as deep as Final Fantasy V or maybe Final Fantasy VI. They're like... Final Fantasy VI is definitely their first like attempt at a real strong narrative and storytelling. But, I mean, the problem isn't that they didn't do a good job. It's that the hardware just didn't allow for it. There's just not enough space on an SNES cartridge to really deliver a meaningful, deep storytelling experience. That's really all it is. Your sword was rainbow at the end of it, but what was it at the start of it when you first decided you're gonna go fight the interdimensional cosmic space hedgehog? Probably wood or iron. Well, this is bad. This is like one of the worst rooms ever, and I'm gonna have to do it twice, aren't I? Because I'm probably gonna game over here. Did she just get instantly petrified, or did I use the wrong item? This getting ambushed here was so stupid. This is like the worst room, and I'm gonna have to do it twice, aren't I? It's not the marbles that are the problem, it's the basilisks. That's the problem. Everything else is fine. Yep. One of the worst rooms in the game, and of course I have to fucking do it twice because it's long and got really annoying encounters. Oh, I got an autosave there. Okay, that's not so bad, I suppose. The game is trolling me now. The game is trolling me now. Alright, anyway, yeah, Chrono Trigger's story is goofy, fun, silly, goofy time, you know? There's not a lot of really serious plot going on there. And I used to speedrun the game. I know it really, really, really well, so this isn't me talking out of my ass. This is me having played it 600 times. It's fun, whimsical, you know? It's like Dragon Quest, actually, which is really accurate because Akira Toriyama does the art for Chrono Trigger. Hey, how about that? Right. I mean, I like some cartoons as well. That doesn't mean that they like have really compelling, deep, rich storytelling. They're just kind of fun, right? That doesn't necessarily mean good. But you can also have lighthearted and whimsical and still be good, by the way. You can do that. A lot of Disney films have excellent stories despite that very lighthearted approach. And Chrono Trigger's story isn't bad, it's just not rich and compelling. It's not like a story that's gonna make you like really engrossed, you know? Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that like you're not gonna get like meaningful plot lines that have like compelling narratives and deep messaging. You're just gonna have some fun, and that's fine too. That's good. But that's what I'm talking about as far as storytelling from Square Games or in general for Final Fantasy. The first time you're really gonna get that, maybe 6 if you're kind of stretching the dialogue in your mind a little bit because there's a lot of limitation, but mostly 7. Chrono Cross story suffers from them trying to do everything. Chrono Cross is fine on the storytelling, it's okay, but they put too much effort in the side characters and not enough in the main plot, and so it suffers. One of the things that's really nice about Final Fantasy Surge is there's always a good amount of levity. You know, they have good humor along with the like, you know, big moments happening. You know, there's a lot of emotion, but there's a lot of humor as well. "13 is probably the worst at having levity. The levity that I get from 13 is when lightning keeps punching snow, and it's like supposed to be a serious moment, and I just laugh my ass off. So I agree that 13 definitely lags on the levity, absolutely. What? Alright, I really need to level up sap and everything when I get out of here. This is a problem. This is a major problem. Oh, I need to start leveling Flare here. I don't particularly care for Snow's character either, but yeah. I'm not a big fan of the punch first, ask questions later kind of person. Hooray, a corpse! Where the hell? Damn it. Why do I always forget the right door? I thought it was the back left one. It's on the back left or the back right. It's the devil's lettuce. I was blasting through this damn dungeon until this room. I feel so intent on stopping me dead in my tracks. Did I miss something? I feel like oh, maybe it's the... Okay, I think I... Cilantro's delicioso. Wow, that's worthless. By the time you get it, it's worthless. Well, no, I mean, there are the dragons, but... I feel like I missed something. Because I don't remember this situation here. A New Game Plus mode on, like, if they introduced a New Game Plus mode in the Pixar Masters, that would have been really fun. I'm honestly not sure why they didn't, to be honest. I felt like there's kind of not a whole lot of reason to not do that. They let you save the clear data and then what? Do nothing with that? You know? I don't know. Honestly, I feel like with RPGs, I feel like New Game Plus should be standard. Being able to like carry everything that you took with you and play and give you a reason to play again, that's awesome. This room is really aggravating me right now. Like this huge encounter rate with obnoxious enemies, with limited resources. I need to get out of here so bad. Like, I need to get out of here. The walls are closing in, man. I'm freaking out! Wow, Seneca, holy crap. That Rydia, though. Still only 5,500 HP, LOL. I just think it's funny. Aren't they like really low rate though? Yeah, but you only need one of those. Hey, Hive member, thank you for the 5 sub gifts. Awesome. Working our way to only half AP. Room is really aggravating me super a lot, and like I'm wasting all the last bits of my resources trying to just find the fucking room. Why can I not find it? It's like they're all in, like I've gone in every room, some of them twice, and none of them have a goddamn stairway in them. I'm okay. I'm fine, everyone. And then we keep getting encounters like this. Never getting out of here. Purgatory.
What a stupid mission.
It so is. Thank you, Wormteller, for the 188 bids. I'm gonna find out that I was in the right area the whole time and just like... Not here. Oh my god, dude. The worst enemies in the fucking game with a massive encounter rate with... Oh my god. Frustrating, frustrating, frustrating. They'll be good for 90 days, Hive member. So every VOD will be there for 90 days. You'll still be able to... You'll still be able to watch them for 90 days.
Burn to the ground!
I'd like to burn this tower to the ground. Thank you, Nonay, for the 177 bids. I was certain that the room was the top left one or the top right one. And it's like, I didn't see anything in either of those rooms, so what the F? And then you have a stupidly high encounter rate. It's just driving me nuts. I need to get out of here so bad, like right now. But I'm gonna get 18 encounters before I can get in the damn room again. At least I got a preemptive. There. I did go in the right room. I just didn't see it because they all look the damn same. I did say Final Fantasy II's dungeon design was absolute garbage, and I stand by that. Really tempted to use an elixir. Might have to because I used so many ethers trying to get the right spot. And there's no good enemy to like grind up sap or like osmos on an enemy or something because they all do confuse and paralyze and all sorts of other nasty stuff. Nothing's grindable. Nothing I can like sit on one enemy and just like, okay, let's sit here for a bit. Maybe I can swap with one of these dudes. It was fine until just that room. Like, everything was fine, even with battles like this, until that one room, and now it's just pain. That's not bad. At least I should keep that staff because that's just damage that I can continually reliably get out if I run out of MP. I'll probably end up buying some books too. Buy like 100 flare tombs or something. Not flare tombs, fire tombs. I don't think I have anything else that does anything in battle, yeah. There was a hype train? Why was there a hype train? Okay. Thank you, I guess. Must have been one of those random spontaneous hype trains that said, "Hey, we're making a hype train, whether you like it or not." Oh, I don't want to fight. I don't want that. Do I? I want to say my fire should be good enough to pretty much kill them all, since they're weak to fire. Weak to fire, weak to an element and an AoE is not so bad. It's actually kind of worth it, but I'm a little worried because they do drain, and they're just going to drain back to full HP, so never mind. I'm only AoEing because only there's 2 of them that did not AoE drain, so it would be better to AoE. Oh, never mind. Oh, still worth AoEing. I have to either here because they'll drain to full with just items, so it doesn't matter. I can't osmose them because they're undead. This is awesome. Loving this. Oh man, I'm having a day. This game is being cruel to me. I thought I could just zoom through here, wasn't gonna get any treasures, and the game just will not let me get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. I feel like I'm gonna lose this Fiesta by like 15 hours the way things are going. Like I cannot get any kind of good luck to catch up to 7 whatsoever. I thought, there's no way I'll get undead 2 times in a row. They're very rare here. And then I get undead 2 times in a row and I can't osmose. Seven is not as bad as FF6 as you think he is. In fact, last year and the year before he beat me at it, so. Is this finally an enemy that I can actually, like, osmose on and not horribly die in a fire? Nah, FF9 doesn't have very much RNG comparatively. Compared to these games? No, not even close. Tetramaster, I guess, yeah. I'll definitely get screwed on the RNG with the games I have to win for the Angel Bracelet or whatever it's called. Ring, boots, I don't know. It was last year where 7 was down by a lot and then came back, yeah. What's up, W Knight? All right, we're out of here, thankfully. Hey, I'm gonna open up this door really quick. Pew. Ah, shit. That one was a little bit too much. Blah. He died. Oh well. Moving on. It always is funny to me that you get this permanent plus 10 to all your stats, but you don't get it with Leon in your party. You get it with Ricard in your party. Why didn't they do this after you got Leon back? Why? If you got Leon around the same time you got Ricard and then just ignored Ricard entirely, or gave him to you earlier instead of Layla again, it would be better. But yeah, these crystals give 10 to all your stats. Well, 10 spirit, 10 int, 10 strength, 10 agility. Oh wow, 99 evasion. What? Like barely 99 evasion. Awesome. Yeah, evasion just went way, way up for everybody. Cool. Then our int is actually at a respectable amount as well. Pretty sure you cannot. I'm not positive though. That's an interesting thing to think about. Causes lots of damage when used in battle. Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm gonna learn it. It is technically white magic. I don't remember if they fixed Ultima in this game, but in the original Ultima is garbage, and it's only useful if you get other things to level 16. So you have to get things to level 16 in order for it to be useful. Was that backseating? No, because I mean, I'm not even if I could do that, I'm not gonna go all the way through that dungeon again. That would be a huge waste of my time. That actually did decent damage. Should I change it up for Holy? Level 1 doing 167? That's actually pretty decent. Maybe they did fix it. I've never really used Ultima. I don't really know, because I know that Ultima's kind of busted in other games, or versions of the game. Its power is like multiplied for each other spell that you have leveled to 16 in your particular inventory. But 160 at level 1 means that at level 10 it's doing 1600. That's a lot more than what my current spell is doing. So maybe I should level this up instead of Holy? It would go fast. Holy's kind of stagnating, so. Flare 4 is doing 262. That means it's doing about 70, 60, 70 damage. It's about 70, yeah, about 60 to 70 damage each hit. Whereas Ultima 1 was doing 180 on level 1. So I think that might be actually useful now. I'm gonna try it. I'm gambling here. I know I always make the worst decisions usually, but this time I'm hoping it's not a bad decision. It's gonna be some investment. We're gonna be weak for a little bit of time, but once we get rolling, it'll be good. I mean, Flare's level 5 now, so I mean, even just by the standard of Flare, we're basically back to where we were before we got Flare, or right after we got Flare anyway. Okay, thanks Movement for fucking me over there. I just kept getting out of the boat, and I didn't want to go to the boat. I'm holding right and upright, and it's like, oh, you wanted to go left. Got it. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. What a pal. What a friend. Who needs enemies with friends like these? Alright, well, finally made it back to town. I can restock my items. And we'll sell off all the other garbage. Oh. I'm gonna keep these in case I need to go like full super defense mode, you know? Right? Oh, 50,000, huh? Okay, fine. Whew. I'm happy to be out of there, finally. Every time I learn Asuna and Slow and Blink, and then I just never use them because it's like they're only useful for the end, and I don't want to sit there and grind out spells that may be useful. Such a shame. I love Final Fantasy II for so many things, but the leveling system is not good. Spell and ability leveling system specifically. Alright, we just have to use the... Hi, Maya. Coming over here? Oh, you don't want to come over here anyway. It'll be food time in 20 minutes. It's okay. I forgive you. I want to say there's another black garb down here, so I want to grab it first. Can't remember if it's now or afterwards. It's now. Yep, another black guard. Oh, an elixir. And my third gold hairpin. Alright, and a gold blood sword I can't use. So, last gold hairpin. Another black garb, which is also excellent. Maybe I should put it on him instead. No, her. Yep, it's pretty much the best I can get in terms of armor and evasion and everything. Times 3 65% evasion, considering everything, it's not bad. It's not bad. And I can still build up more agility. I can still get a couple more evasion levels. Considering the situation we're in, I think that's pretty good. Oh, thank you, Suntop. And we're in the 5 to 600s in mana with 2 characters at 666 mana. That's funny. Yeah. What's the Ruby Curious on that? And interference 1. Defense down, but the interference is only... Oh, the power slash is only 1, so yeah, garbage. Cool! Alright, then, I'm gonna... Before I go into the dungeon, I'm actually gonna mess around with my sap and osmos a little bit. I'd like it if I could get another osmos tomb as well, and the enemies do drop osmos tombs, so... But I can just osmos and... I guess we can just flare ourselves. And I'll swap. It's a tornado? No! It's a cyclone, okay? Didn't you read? Jeez. Maybe it'll be good to just, I don't know, I'm gonna get swapped to 4, and then I'll test it on myself. I think I should just flare with Luna Tone on the enemy so that it eventually dies, so I don't, because once a spell or ability levels up, it can't go any further than that until you leave the battle. So it has to be leveled up, and then the next level it can start getting XP again. So if I just single target this thing with just Lunatone, it'll die slowly, giving me time to build up XP. Alright, Swamp leveled up. I do have ×4 or 5 magic evade, so I don't know if I can swap myself just yet. It's not 100% though, so... If I can swap Chobin and actually hit him, then it means that he can Osmos and then I swap, and then, like, I'm good on 2 people having MP and then just use Ethers on Lunatone only. Because I'm pretty sure it just, like, it reads, it swaps your HP with theirs and your MP with theirs. And then if I can Osmos to full MP, then I swap it onto Thea. And then I just Osmos again if I need MP, you know, if I'm lacking Ethers or something. But I want to get Osmos to level 3 anyway. Just so I don't have a garbage Osmos, you know? I mean, that's my prediction with Referee was that I would like it a lot more with Cold Steel. It might just be that Cold Steel was so bad that anything is better. But we'll see, you know, maybe, I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. You know, Referee will be one of the first games I play outside of the Fiesta, more than likely. Haste. Completely worthless to me. Wait, was that an Osmos Tomb, though? That was Aura. It's Seven and Sinners. Hello, Seven and Sinners. Welcome in. What's going on? It's a rib raid. I want ribs. I want ribs. Where's my ribs? Oh, they're right here. I found them. Welcome in. Shit. Welcome into the back half of the Final Fantasy Fiesta with me, your host, me. We are currently in-game Final Fantasy 2, kind of making our way through. We're doing a small grind to level up a couple spells. Just very quick little short grind. Oh, I knew I should have killed the dumb wizards first. Short little grind just to level up a couple spells for consistency and reliability, because we were mega MP shortage issues through that last dungeon. So, and then we going through the last couple dungeons. Not like Seven, who's like 18 hours ahead of me, who just had the final dungeon on his day 4, whatever it is. Go follow Seven Sins, and if there's a mod, please give him a shout out, because Seven is the other half of the Final Fantasy Fiesta, so you're gonna wanna watch him because, well, it's the race. And he's he's my race opponent. Can I get unconfused, please? Sigh. I haven't been able to land a single swap, even at level 4. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. Don't know if swap is gonna be worth it. I had a plan. Doesn't seem like it's. It's barely even into level 4 after all of that. I don't know if that's worth it. I mean, I guess I could level it along the way. The biggest thing then would be Osmos and Ultima, right? And Flare, so maybe you just level those up a little bit. We'll just go. I mean, I think all of the parts about the Pixar Masters are just awesome. I mean, the quality of life, the little visual improvements, keeping the fidelity yet making it look more vibrant, autosave, quick save, fixing a lot of the things like broken thieves in FF1 and int in FF1 not working, and all that kind of stuff. Just so much of a better experience. But yes, the redone music is definitely a highlight of the Pixar Masters. Absolutely. You know, I think it's just nostalgia getting in the way of that one, because the recolors are nice. They're good looking. It's just that we have this like image in our head of what those colors look like, but the SNES was so limited in its color palette. Not to mention, Terra was supposed to have blonde hair originally. They gave her green hair because there's a billion characters with blonde hair, but there's only there's a severe color limitation and how many colors you can present on screen at any given time. So with the Pixar Master, you have the full like rainbow available to you. They give different shades and tones of that blonde color to different characters so that, you know, they look unique. And that's why they did that, because they could. They were originally supposed to begin with, but the SNES hardware just doesn't allow for it. Alright, whatever the result is of this battle, we're just gonna go in. No level ups. Doing good, how are you? Xenosaga Fiesta? Why? Why would I do that to myself? Oops. I think they probably just approached it on a per enemy basis and just said, what do we want to do with this one? We want to do this. What do we want to do with that one? Let's do that. First off, I can't believe I missed that treasure down there. Second, I can't remember how to get to the dang mirror. It's not here. I thought it was just right over and not some hidden passage. But that's that. Oh, it is. It's just you gotta go down here first. Okay. Once again, there's a lot of color limitations on the SNES. They only had, what, 256 colors available to them, period. And then on top of that, you can only display, what, a handful of colors at any given time. Like, you couldn't have 50 different colors on the screen at any given time, so they had to reutilize the same colors, and there's a lot of blonde characters in the game, and so everybody just has the same shade of blonde. But the Pixar Masters don't have that limitation. Obviously, they're rebuilt from Unity, and it gives a lot more versatility to color options, and they updated some of the characters to have a little bit more detail, utilizing more colors. So, like, you're kind of just downgrading it when you just go back to the SNES color scheme. You're just saying, F all those extra colors. Or maybe Charizard just looks like this because the first Pokemon game was way after Final Fantasy II. Like a decade. You gotta remember, these games were made in the 80s, and the sprite fidelity of all the characters and enemies in this game in the Pixar Master is the same as it was back in the NES. So they look identical on a pixel by pixel basis, with a slight variation to some of the characters to make room for bigger weapons, and that's it. So I mean, this is what the game, aside from the background and the interface, obviously, is what it, and the lack of color versatility, obviously, what it looked like, you know? So, I mean, this is the NES visuals, more or less, just with, obviously, the color limitations being lifted. Yeah, and Furion was redesigned to look like his mono art, of course, instead of just generic fighter. Well, that being said, actually, Guy, Maria, and Leon were all remastered to look like their concept art and less like generic warrior fighter kind of stuff. But yeah. Time Wolf, thank you for the 9 months of subbing. Yeah, I mean, the Dragoon was like blue and yellow, and that was it, or something like that. I mean, you know, you had limitations, and the Pixar Masters have those limitations lifted, and that's why everything is just looks better, plain and simple. You know, I think it's funny too because, like, I think if these games came out in the West, like during their time, people would have that weird nostalgia for the fighter sprite as well, and they'd be like, I need to mod my Pixar Master to look like the NES sprites again, or something like that. And it's like, it's the same thing, you know? Obviously, they look better. Like, clearly they look better, you know? Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Well, Flare is definitely better, that's for sure. So I'm glad I made the move to Flare, but I do think Ultima is actually better as well. So I think these were better choices to make. Usually I just stick with whatever I've been spending a lot of time with, because Love Lane is so just unnecessarily long in this. I hope I went the right way. Okay, so let's see what Ultima 3 does. Ultima 1 already had a really good base of like 150, 180 damage. So Ultima 3 should be like 300 plus. Okay, it's not really going up very much. Maybe that's the drawback of Ultima, is it doesn't increase with level. I don't know. I only know that Ultima is worthless in almost every version of the game. I haven't really tested it in Pixar Master. I thought, can't hurt. It's starting to hurt. I mean, I'm probably at most going to get my magic up to 10 before I get to the end of the game anyway. And my Holy's already pretty much at 10 anyway, so messing with some Ultima might take a little bit of time, but at least I'll be able to see whether or not it's worth it. Well, there's a rumor that it's not actually bugged and that it was intentional. And the rumor is that they said sometimes you work really hard for something. Oh, no. It's like Ultima is an ancient spell from a long time ago. Obviously, magic has improved a lot since then. So why would an ancient spell be better than modern spells? Or something along those lines was the... And then I think the whole sometimes you work really hard for something and it doesn't pan out. Sort of lesson baked into it, concept, idea. Yeah, it wasn't the developer, it was the programmer. When programmers attack. Lady Ariana, thank you for the raid. Welcome into the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, a race through the Final Fantasy franchise. All Final Fantasy, all day, for 2 months of racing through the series. No running away from battles. No glitching, step routes, RNG manipulation, and a couple other things. So far so good, we're making our way, doing our thing. Seems all right. Almost done with FF2. What were you doing today? How's it going? And welcome in. Everybody coming from our channel. Definitely drop Ari a follow. She's good people. Does a lot of Phantasy Star 4 stuff, and she programs the randomizer. Oh, nice. Fexanadu. Yeah, somewhere over there I have the complete in-box Fexanadu. It's a good game. Excellent. Honestly, one of the better NES games out there. Finished it in a day, though. Started it and finished it in a single sitting. About 8 hours or 7 hours or so. Also, one of Falcom's first games. You might know Falcom from Ys or Legend of Heroes games, and they first did Faxanadu, Legacy of the Wizard, and something else before they did their little PSP Legend of Heroes trilogy of games, and then went on to make the Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel, Trails of Azure, Zero, Trails in the Sky, etc., etc., etc. Okay, yeah, I played it on cart, so I got to deal with all the obtuse fun stuff of it, but yeah, definitely a pretty short game, but really enjoyable, wasn't it? Yeah, it's just a neat little game, yeah. Solid experience. Cool, awesome, congrats. I would say Legacy of the Wizard is also worth playing. Oh well, then never mind. You know all about it. I will say though, after Legacy of the Wizard and obviously oh yeah, of course that one's Trapped with the Dragon, yeah. And Faxanadu, a lot of their games can be a little hit or miss, and you know, you might like them, you might not. I don't know how much of Legend of the Heroes that you've played, but I played about 9, like all the way through Cold Steel 4, and I have comments. Don't know if Ultima is panning out the way I wanted it to, but it doesn't seem bad. Like, it doesn't seem busted, and it's only Ultima 4, so maybe I'll get it to 7 or 8 before I decide, compare it to Holy, and go from there. Oh, you also built the randomizer for that one? Well, geez. Oh my gosh, this dungeon is much faster when I don't go for all the treasures. Holy moly. Wow, that was fast. Alright, cool. Well, I will be doing that every year unless I need something like the axe. There's an axe in the basement, and it's a poison axe, which is solid. I know Leon comes with a poison axe, but that's the way to get 2, unless you get a lucky drop. There you go. Just shout out for Lady Ariana. Oh, well. Unless you get a lucky drop, immediately gets a drop. Oh, okay. Well, I can't use the fight command anyway, so it's irrelevant. The only way that can become useful is if somehow the last boss forced me to attack while having it equipped and I got really lucky. Fire 9 doing 450 and then Ultima 4 doing 200 feels like Ultima's better. Because the way spells work in this game is that Fire 7 just casts fire 7 times. I got another poison axe! What the hell? So if Fire 1 does 50 damage, then Fire 7 does 450 damage. Or 350 damage. Whatever, you get the point. $200 and then 200. Okay, it's not improving. That's a problem. Maybe Ultima is still busted. I think we're just gonna, yeah. Let me see a second. I think though, but hold on. Yeah, I don't know what it would be though. Oh, yeah, you can open it. Yep. Elixirs? Really? That's cute. Aw, he elixirs. Apparently that's a thing he does. I had no idea. That's adorable. Adorable. I did it! I beat the Emperor! Game over! Roll credits! We did it! Huzzah! Yay! Whew! Well, Emperor was easier than I thought. There's Fire 10. We did it, let's dance. Everybody knows that if you beat the bad guy and you immediately decide that you want to dance, that it means you win. You did it, good job, dance time. I mean, the only difference is, like, the only missing thing is we don't have his corpse to dance on, because it disappeared, you know, as dead people do when they die, they just poof. Hey, they're not dead. Blah. Aw, man. Damn. What's up, Queen? Revolution without dancing? Like, come on. What are you even doing? It's called a revolution. Like when you spin, like while dancing. Hello? Hello, how's it going? Would you like my airship? Anyway, I'm gonna go die. Have a good day. Womp womp. Cozy, still warm. Well, yeah, I said it was gonna get a lot of use of this game. The really unfortunate part about this game is that they really make you use the world map walking a lot. And in FF1, they're just like, hey, you want an airship? Here you go. 20% of the way through the game. All yours, bud. I'm really, really kind of surprised that 60 int and spirit does not result in very much more damage with my spells. Hey, look what just popped up here. I'm trying to dip him down so he'll try to like get off my chest, but he's not taking. Oh, there he goes. Ugh. You mind? Do you mind? Do you mind? He's just pushing my microphone around. Come here, bud. Why don't you go over there? He's like, no, I will not go over there. No, Lord Brother. Coconut, you're so big. Whew. Because he started talking shit about your mom, so I killed him. It's very kind of you. Oh. stats are gained by doing things and getting hit. Ricard takes my stats. And he's worthless otherwise. So, better off dead. Also, Ricard is not a permanent party member. He will go away. So, waste of time to try and build up his stats. I want to say... Go this way. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on, we have Cat 2 Electric Boogaloo coming in. Cat 2 Electric Boogaloo. Where'd my controller go? I think it dropped it. Sure did. Where'd my auto run go? Kaboom. That was me plopping the cat into the bed on my desk. There's a hotkey for auto run? I'm really surprised that everybody's HP is relatively same. Usually, Lunatone will have like 1,000 or 500 HP less, just because she starts off with much lower vitality and lower HP.
There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Yeah, no. She is a very small kitty. She doesn't give earth-shattering kabooms when she plops onto the ground. Coconut, on the other hand, well, you know that big earthquake the other day? Bum, 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 Burn! Burn to the ground! Burn! Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Burn! Whoa! Whoa! Burn to the ground! Whoa! So, two of my cats, Coconut and his brother Ginger, they're a very large breed of cat known as Turkish Van, and they have paws that are like small dogs. And when they walk into the room, you can hear them because their paws often have their claws kind of like out all the time, kind of like a dog's. So usually it's a little bit of clicky-clacky or getting stuck on the carpet or something like that. And so it's like, yeah, you know they're coming, whereas every other cat, it's just silent, sleek, stealth assassin. Oh, why? Everything's so annoying today. like I can't get my headset on comfortably. There's always like a little itch or something. So the reason, by the way, for anybody who came in earlier from a raid or something, the reason we're playing the game like this is because during the Final Fantasy Fiesta, there was a number of blanket rules like not being able to run away or any glitches or anything like that. But each game has its own unique set of challenges that you can read right here. And in the event of this game, we can't use shields and we can't use the attack command. We also have to learn magic in school, meaning like we can only have white magic or black magic on a particular character. We can't have a mix of both. So that presents other option difficulties where we can't, you know, have a wider kit available to us. The biggest thing is the lack of heals being spread around. I might actually invest in some cure tomes. It might be better than
Burn to the ground!
it might be better than having high potions. Thank you, Tiger, for the 177 bits. I want to say that chest on the left is really good, but I'm not gonna get it. I'm comfortable with the armors and the items that I have. Most of the really good chests are weapons anyway, so yeah, we're just gonna go. We're all there. There are a few new alerts. Yeah, there's about like 10 or 15 new alerts. Why is he dead? He knows what he did. Dr. Mr. Punny, thank you for 52 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Easy answer is he's worthless. Longer answer is min-maxing. Dragoons doing what Dragoons do. Okay, I am getting level 11 experience. It's just going to take a long time. We're using his corpse to cover our tracks by having him drag behind us. It causes the footprints to get wiped off. Holy Town looks pretty. Still 6 more levels of spell level that I probably won't get any of by the time I get to the end of the game because leveling spells is painful. It's painful pain. That chest is danger. That's danger chest. Where's your queen? I demand ribbons. Lamia queens have a 1 in 8 chance of dropping ribbons. What's in it? Garbage and death. Let's take care of the scary thing first. That thing can petrify us, and it will, if left alive. But now it is dead. The end. The problem with that, Michael, is that there's only one Ultima Tomb. So, not to mention, there's only 2 bosses? 3, yeah, 2 bosses left after you get the Ultima Tomb, which is the Emperor and the Emperor. No, you get it at the top of the tower, which we started at the beginning of the day today. Seven couldn't possibly have had this bad of an encounter rate. I swear, I feel like I'm getting 5 steps per encounter. Yeah, but if we turn him into a zombie, then we have to fight him again. See, the problem isn't that, like, oh yeah, each boss might take a little bit of time. See, the last boss likes to heal off of your blood. And when you're doing 200 damage a hit, I mean, it's not really viable. Like, you would have to go by the actual Ultima rules and try to buff it up and make it significant. But yeah, I don't, like, it's not... It seems like a neat way to give, like, some time for Ultima to shine, but that's not how it's, that's just gonna be grinding a bunch of spells to 16 to make it useful, if it works the same way anyway. Believe me when I say that we've looked at many ways of trying to make the 4th party member useful or Ultima useful, and they're just not. It's like, even poop, it can be used as fertilizer. The 4th character slot in Ultima is worse than that, you know? Can't even be used as fertilizer. One of these days, I would like to level up all of my skills to 16 and everything and really see what Ultima can do, but yeah, good luck. Charm is indeed quite powerful. One of the reasons why I want Lamia Queens. Jeez.
Oh man, we got him good. See, look
To your ribbons. Hello, Lotto. Thank you for the $7.77 donation. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Yeah, see, the problem with the must keep fourth party member alive is that the game is mean and it just, like, kills them off. So you can't, there's no solid rule where you can be like, well, you have to try to keep the fourth party member alive. I mean, what's to say I don't heal them on purpose so that they die, you know, or like, how do you judge that? How do you make that a legitimate rule that you have to abide by? You know, what, a game over every time he dies? Okay, so I guess I'll just soft lock as soon as I get, I don't know, a step out of the front door, you know? So it's just, there's just no way to do it. Can't be done. You know, there's like a soft rule of trying to keep them alive, but there's no, you can't enforce that kind of rule, you know? I swear, officer, I was totally trying to keep them alive. You know what I mean? Bannon percent, oh my god. Only one party member until Leon shows up can be alive, aka Solo Firion. Okay, I'll do Solo Firion. I don't think you understand what that means when I say, fine, I'll do Solo Firion. Because arguably, with no restrictions, Solo Firion is probably the easiest way to play this game on the Pixel Remaster. Because that means Firion will get all the evade XP, all of it. And evade things like evade XP and stuff like that tend to like have a very slow crawl in the beginning of a battle, but if a longer battle, it takes off. And so he's just gonna be a god. He will be untouchable by mid-game. Solo Firion is actually a very, very easy way to play the game. And you just need a sword. Just dual wield swords, and once you get your evasion up a little bit, and then voila, you win. You start off with a couple shields, maybe a sword and shield until you get a decent evasion, and then get the agility of gear, and you win. Exactly, Vralkar. The best, yes, for real. The best way to enforce the fourth character aspect is to do the PSP version with Soul of Rebirth, because we have to build them up for the Soul of Rebirth content. That's the only way, and we've done Soul of Rebirth, so we've had to do the grinding for the fourth character in the past. So we have given their time to shine already. It's been done before, but the only way we're ever going to get that done again is with we did Soul of Rebirth again. Thank you, Lotto, for the 144 bits. Thank you. Yep. For real. Curse halves your physical damage and physical defense. It is incredibly painful. Curse is a way to trivialize this game, by the way. There's a weapon in this game called the Ancient Sword that applies Curse on hit. If you want to have a very easy time, especially with the NES version, you get it in the Ice Cave, the Ancient Sword, and you just put that as your second weapon, along with like the Blood Sword or the Messmoon or whatever other front weapon you got. And the second weapon won't do much damage, but it will apply Curse, and then you'll start doing a lot of damage because Curse is busted in this game. And to have it automatically apply on your weapon, yeah, that's good stuff. The Ancient Sword and Curse are very, very strong weapons. You don't even need 2 blood swords with sword 16. Might as well give another blood sword to somebody else. Or just use haste with 1 blood sword, you know? At that point, it's just overkill. I mean, you still have to hit with all 16 of those attacks in order to one-shot everything, but if you have haste, you double the amount of attacks that you get, so you have as many as 60 or 32, which nobody can dodge. Which is why you don't need 2 blood swords. Although 2 blood swords and haste allows for 64 attacks, if I'm not mistaken. That's sword 16, pretty sure how that works. Which is hilarious, but definitely overkill. The way the blood sword works is that every hit that you deal does 1/16 of their max HP, and when you attack, you do multiple hits. So like if you have enough agility to get 8 hits, you hit 8 times each time you swing the sword. That's half their HP. What's up, Zyfreak? Thank you for the raid. Welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. What are you up to today? What's going on? Oh no, I forgot to heal for the boss. That's totally happening right now. I like the story of this game, how like you killed the Emperor and he said, nah. Like straight up, he's just nah, no I didn't. All East games up to 7. Oh, fun. The East Fiesta. Cool. There's some really fun things in the East series. I played a little bit of the Lacrimosa of Demand manga, and it was fun. Combat was solid, really solid. They use the hit thing until, yeah, FF4 or FF5, one or the other. Huzzah! We now have our full regular party. We will try to keep Freya alive, but no promises. Because it kind of starts off pretty doo-doo comparatively. I mean, he has almost less strength than Firion, who has never swung a sword in his life, or a weapon in his life almost. No spirit. He has good intellect, actually. Okay, maybe I won't give him holy. Maybe I'll give him something else. The stamina agility are really nice, actually. That makes him competent. But the biggest problem is that he has lower HP, and he's built for a melee, so we're gonna take all that crap off of him. Oops, remove all that. And we'll give him a Thieves Glove, we'll give him... We can give him that for now. And we'll give him that for now. And then we'll give him that's it. I don't have any like agility gear to give him because there's no more black garbs or anything. So that's the best I can do for him. I guess I could give him fire or something. Maybe Scourge. That might be good. I'll give him Blizzard in case that sucks. Or, oh, jeez. Well, the math's mathed as you expected. Dragonite, thank you for the $200.60 donation. FF4 unlocked at least if math maths. Well, the math mathed. Thank you, Dragonite, for the massive, massive, massive donation. The very generous $200.60 with Final Fantasy IV unlocking as a consequence of that. Consequence? Is that really a consequence? I mean, it's technically, yeah. Thank you very, very much. And now we have Final Fantasy IV full incentives unlocked for the third incentive and the 2 incentives, which means Solo Cecil doing all of the extra bosses. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. That is gonna be fun. Fun in the sun. I'll keep that just in case. In case I need just armor, you know? Otherwise, yeah, we're good. I don't really need money right now, so it's fine. I can just buy some elixirs. And we're good. The total and the incentive amount are slightly off, but I don't know what the amount. It's like 37 something or other or something like that. So I don't really know exactly, but it's fine. If you want to math out the difference, I will be happy to adjust it. But yeah. Zycleon, thank you for the raid as well. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome into the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, a race to the series. No running away, no glitching, all that kind of stuff. Good times all around. What are you up to? Still, oh, you know, I can buy Flare. I can buy Flare in the Jade Passage. I think so? I think so. I mean, I'm fairly certain, yes, that they're all the same difference. Yeah. Well, which one is lower? I need to know which one is lower because each operate off of different software, so I need to know which one to add to. Okay. Boop. Yeah. That looks right. Okay, so there's nothing really else I can do. We going. That's that. Final dungeon. More like final dungeons. What's up, Titus? Oh, is that so? Just take a nap later. You know, I might put a bunch of armor on him. just because he's squishy, but I mean, I kind of want him to take some damage so that I can actually, like, get HP ups on him, you know? Because if he gets 2000 HP by the time we get to Emperor, he'll be fine. But there is the liability issue of him sapping a lot of resources, but then again, everything's kind of hitting hard, so... Oh, goody! I think that's actually preferable. Yep. I don't know if Scourge has a chance to poison. It might. That's kind of why I chose Scourge, but mostly just because it's a unique element. Maybe it'll provide some kind of benefit if I get it up to like 6 or 7 by the time I get to the end, you know? Da-da-da-da-da-da. See now why we keep the 4th character dead. See what he's doing? Nothing. Wow, he's already up from 5 to 37 MP. Oh, that was fast. Okay. Oh, his magic is 33. That's why. He gained magic once. So it was 32, went from 5 to 37, and then he gained magic stat. I know that Osmo's books can drop from the wizard, the higher level wizards, but I think there's a vendor in here that sells Osmos, and that's where I'm going to pick it up. But I think it might also just be Flare and like Death or something. I can't remember exactly what they sell, but I will be getting a Flare Tome for Freya in case Scourge doesn't pan out. Really just depends on how much Freya can level their spell before we get to the end. That's really all it is. My guess is around 6 or 7, with actually getting casts most of the battle, which will make it useful. You know, a little bit of extra damage.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
Not for long, hopefully. Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 301 bits, because we should be getting near the end. Well, I mean, we are near the end, but I don't want to lose the final boss. Am I winning? Yes. Definitely had a little bit of a run-in with some issue, but we're doing all right. I don't even know what a 6-7 is other than a number. Oh. Apparently they also heal fire. Whoops. Oh, great. Marbles. See what I did there. Yo, Fidel. Coming in with the raid. Hello. What are you up to today? Thank you. Welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. This is an annual race of the Final Fantasy Fiesta, or Final Fantasy series 1 through 16, sans MMOs, obviously, where we do all sorts of crazy challenges and incentives all the way along the way. And it's a race with my friend. Fidel is actually a friend of mine. If you know Crayson, is actually Crayson's roommate, and he just started streaming. So, oh no, don't do that. Oh god, no, don't, not raid. Ugh. Shout out. Yeah, this is why I need a mod to do shout outs, because I'm bad at it. There we go. So drop him a follow. See if it's to your liking. But it's good people. So thank you, Fidel, for the raid. Welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are approaching the end of Final Fantasy II. Cool. Very soon. Thank you, Warm Talent, for the 123 bids. Damn these fire-absorbing enemies. I mean, I guess they're better than the marbles or something. It's your birthday? It's your birthday, it's No Name's birthday, it's, what's his name? God damn it. Youngblood's birthday. Yeah, a lot of people's birthday today. No, I'm Spartacus. So what are you doing today, Fidel? What are you up to today? What was on the agenda? Factorios, yeah, okay, yeah. So they just started streaming, and I've seen them play Factorio and Oxygen Not Included, a lot of those like builder sim type games. But yeah. Also, big fan of Pokemon over there. You know, I didn't even know there were so many enemies in here that absorb certain elements. That being said, you can't really do anything about it because you only get one Flare Tome, and Holy is expensive, and I didn't want to take Chobin out of Black Magic. Honestly, that actually might have been a good idea. I just kept one White Magic user. Hindsight may... Oh, wait, you know, I didn't have enough money when I came here the first time. I only had 20k, and the tomb is 20k, so I would have to grind a lot longer. Yeah, not worth it. If I had the money, I probably would have swapped over to another White Magic user. See, I'm spell locked. I can only make one person use White Magic or Black Magic, but I can't interchange them. That's part of the challenge, which means a lot of versatility goes right out the window. I did want to do a thing, though. I think that's fine. Oh, right. So far, so good. I'm getting completely trounced by RNG, but you know, that's part of it. It's a long, long race. So being behind in the beginnings, it's pretty much one of us is going to be behind, so whatever. It's just me this year. Nice. Nice damage, Freya. Exactly, Rowdy, yeah. I would definitely change things up and have everybody with cures leveled up so that they can, you know, provide healing and resing and everything, but I can't do that. I don't know why I went in that room. Oh, floor 9, nice. The encounter rate in this game is too damn high! Yeah, because I couldn't. I mean, I could, but then all that work would have to go away, and then I'd have no healing on my way there, which would make everything just that much more difficult. I mean, yeah, I had Midwoo, but you can unlearn magic, so you can make someone a black mage and then scrap it and turn them into a white mage. That is allowed under the rules. Great, barb rolls and an ambush. If everybody's either dead or petrified, yes, you get a game over. Wait, did the mallet not work?
I'm in danger.
The mallet didn't work. What? I am in very danger. Yes, indeed, Lotto. Thank you for the 277 bits. Well, if everybody gets silenced or amnesia'd or whatever that debuff is, that's it. I can't win. Oh, it goes away. Oh, okay, never mind then. I'm guessing it's because they're combat-only debuffs. They go away after the battle ends. I'm guessing that's why that's the case. No, she wasn't confused. She used the mallet on herself.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Okay. Then I'll be good to go. Thank you, Tiger, for the 211 bids. Hopefully, neither of them get attacked after I res them, because that would be very annoying. I didn't bring a whole lot of Phoenix Downs. Yeah, I mean, this fight by itself is not so bad because I can at least get 1 or 2 down before they start beating the shit out of me, but an ambush means everybody's gonna get controlled and then I'm sitting there forever. Okay, let's recover. 16 blaze it, as the kids say these days. You know, 16 blaze it. Scourge, I think the reason it's feeling underwhelming is just because Freya's int is kind of bad, but... Would you stop that? I want him to live, so we can get HP. No, that's 420. Not seeing that one, Biscuit. Honestly, Osmos 3 or 4 is completely fine. So if I can buy Osmos, I will try to get those up to 3 or 4 or 5. Maybe I should have made Freya a healer. Damn. Oh well. Too late now. Mega Parasite. It's a parasite from Megazords. Is this Pandemonium? No, but it's close. Okay, Mega Parasites do not actually do the MP sap, which is weird because regular parasites do, but Mega Parasites don't. Alright. Maybe a Mega Parasite is a parasite that's gotten their fill, you know, they're full. Oh, the magic stat also gives you magic defense. Interesting. Chimera Spanx. Chimera Spanx. Made with real Chimera. Well, we got Scourge 4 now. Oh, damn it. $200? It's about what Ultima 4 did. Ow. Ow. Wow. The reason I'm using Osmos on him is because they absorb fire. I can't use Chobin's magic. I could use Blizzard 1. Yippee. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the thing is that spells like Blink and stuff like that have a lot of value potentially, but the problem is leveling them up. You know, leveling them up is the problem. I would use Blink if it wasn't such a big deal to level it up. I would use Protect if it wasn't such a big deal to level up, but because it's such a huge effort, it's not worth the time that it takes. Lotto, thank you for the 233 bits. Thank you. Oh, I see what you did there. Thank you. Winky face. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. They're great! They're not just pretty good, they're great. You know, at least high potions are solid in this game. Gotta give them that. Yeah, pretty much the earliest form of bad breath is just the Marble's bad touch, pretty much, instead. Oh, okay. Another enemy that absorbs fire for some reason. Like a billion enemies that absorb fire, but I've not, well, I guess I don't have any Blizzard or Thunder being cast, so, and nothing absorbs Scourge as far as I know, and nothing can absorb Holy because it's not elemental. Same with Flare, not elemental, so yeah. Sigh. We're not in hell yet. Well, sort of. I mean, yes. I mean, no. I mean, yes, no. No, yes. Up is down, down is yes. Left is upside. Worse, we're in a Saga game. See, Saga games mostly scale to the power output of the player, and this one doesn't do that, making it the best Saga game in existence. Oh, is that so? One of these days I'll hit with my swap. No, I have not, and I've heard it's awful. Yeah, there is a Flare Tome, but there is nothing else of value here. So the big question now becomes, do I stick with Scourge? Or do I go for Flare? I got it to level...
To the ground!
Got it to level 4. But I feel Flare will just be better.
Burn to the ground!
Burn to the ground, okay, okay. Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 177 bits twice.
Burn to the ground!
Burn to the ground. 50, huh?
Burn to the ground!
Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 2 more 177
Burn to the
bits.
ground!
3 more 177 bits. Cheers.
Burn to the ground!
Burn to the ground. Burn to the ground.
Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground!
It's almost like we're playing X7
Burn to the
while
ground!
playing Final Fantasy 2. It's almost like X7 is right here with us, you know?
Burn to the ground!
Can feel the essence of Final Fantasy or Mega Man X7 with
Burn to
us.
the ground!
Good boy.
Burn to the ground, good
ground.
boy. What? Good lord.
Burn to the ground!
Thank you, Planet Isaac, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Burn to the
7, 8,
ground.
9 times 177 bit cheers. And Wormtail, thank you for the 266 bits. Thank you for the very, very, very hilarious spam there. You know, flare technically isn't fire damage, so there is no burning. It's combustion damage in this, which is just a fancy word for non-elemental. You wanted me to use Scourge, right?
Good boy.
Yeah! Thank you, Player Nats, for the 266 bits. I mean, I think Flare is the better choice here anyway, even if I get it to a lower level overall. It'll be 1 level lower probably, because 1 through 4 is very fast, so whatever. Although, right now Freya's having bigger issues, like staying alive. Honestly, these Abyss Worms are pretty awful to deal with. Like, they're not gonna be a painful fight, but they're gonna be a resource-intensive fight. And that's kind of the problem I have here. Like, they hit hard, they have a lot of HP, they can't be hit with fire, so I can't osmose them, or I can't fire with Choben, who can actually osmose. So I'm having to just burn a lot of resources just to get through the fight. Well, I tried Freya. Cast didn't go out in time. More ambushes. At least this battle, never mind, this battle just got really bad. Never. Never. They never appear. Ever, ever, ever. Dunk. Oh, I remember. Smash Bros. Best Final Fantasy game ever. What's up, Chuck? I'm doing good. How are you? Nice. Thank you, Lotto, for the 290 bits. I appreciate that there are still some factions out there striving for perfection. Hey, Starman, thank you for 14 months. Thank you for the good luck. Fiesta time is rolling. We're very slowly making our way. I can't help but feel that 7 had, like, way better encounter rate than I did. Like, insanely better counter rate. Because I can't take 3 steps without fighting a battle. It's insane how slow it's going. And, like, I woke up maybe half an hour after he started stream. And I was watching him basically on the final boss. And he only started with this Jade Passage, and I've been in here for, like, I don't know, a half an hour already. We haven't even done Pandemonium yet. And his spells were lower level than mine, so I know I'm doing something more in terms of getting my levels up. He started at the Jade Passage, actually, which is where I'm at. No? He was done with the passage? Oh. That's risky. Interesting that he did that, because, like, that's basically banking on an autosave, you know? I personally would not do that. Like, if I just was messing with a game because I wanted it to work right and I accidentally transitioned a door or something, and quick saved it or whatever, then gone, you know? Oh, this Jade Passage is such a slog. Wow. Didn't expect it to go this slowly, but here we are. Hi, Maya. Come on. I love how much Maya has calmed down since the first time she jumped up on my desk. The first time she jumped up on my desk. Oh, okay, and down she goes. It was just, and it like just zoom and zoom into the window, right? And now she kind of hops up a little bit, looks around, you know, kind of takes it in. She actually probably wants to come up here on my shoulder because she loves it there. And I can't really put her there right now. Oh, nice. Oh, that's probably Flare 2, not Flare 10. Well, Flare 10's close. Fire 11 ain't happening anytime soon. Yeah, 9's the highest we're gonna get. Or 10, rather, is the highest we're gonna get on anything. Even Holy 11 isn't even close. Yep, I'm just constantly losing time to him. Wow. Damn. He is kicking my butt this year. And the one game that I have an advantage on him with him soon is FF4. And that advantage is gone because we have to just do solo Cecil, so utilizing, you know, different strategies and everything are not really available. It's Cecil and that's it. Although, maybe I know enough about the game to be able to get through things with the solo Cecil challenge a little bit more easily than him, perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. I suppose he could over-prepare or something. I, like, specifically didn't over-prepare here, and I still feel like I'm losing time like crazy. I'm avoiding every treasure chest and just beelining it, and I'm still just losing, like, minutes and minutes every split. I don't know what the hell he did. Clearly, he paid off the enemies to give himself a lower encounter rate. That is definitely worth it, and it protects against death. And the magic interference goes away. So no more magic interference on him, pretty much. Unfortunately, that's pretty much the only protector you can really get, so there are drops, but yeah. Because I'm not a cheater, obviously. Come on. What's up? Yeah, the cat distraction has been deployed. Thankfully, the vast majority of this is just pressing X a whole bunch. Maya has made her way into the basket. Well, his flare is almost as high as his Scourge now, and I doubt I would have gotten much more than level 5 at this point with Scourge. Oh, actually, it's almost level 5, so maybe level 6, because it does take quite a bit of time. But I think it was the better choice to go with Flare on Freya. I'm actually hitting for over 1,000 on Magic now. Huzzah! Only an entire game's length before I can hit for 1k on Magic. And if I were doing melee, I would have been hitting for 1k or more a long time ago. Especially if I could use swords. I will say, at least my agility is solid enough that I'm almost always going first on most enemy packs, so as long as I don't get ambushed, I have a really good chance of cleaning things up a little bit or healing before I take damage. But, you know, definitely not a guarantee. I can definitely get screwed over. Yeah, get it with that Flare 3. Boom, 150 damage. Destroyed. Yeah, I was freezing my butt off when I woke up. I think I'm not gonna waste my time casting Osmos anymore. Almost out of ethers, and we're still just getting the worst freaking imaginable encounters you can think of every single battle. It's painful. I keep getting full packs of like abyss worms and everything that absorb fire. Like, it just, there was a year where, the abyss worms were like the only encounter that I could actually get through. Everything else was like suffering and pain and everything, and I got almost no abyss worms at all. And now the abyss worms are the worst thing because they absorb fire, and so I can't use half of my damage output. And I'm getting them like left and right, just crazy left and right. I thought that, like, it made me think that abyss worms were ultra rare encounters, but no, that's just BGG luck. Just BGG luck. Get the worst encounter every single time. Bum. Flare 4, 206 damage. Scourge 4. 214 damage. There's a slight variance in the damage. That's all that is. So Flare and Scourge are actually equal in damage coefficient. That's interesting. Because if you didn't want to wait for Flare, you could get a Scourge book really early. I don't know what kind of immunities or resistances enemies have for Scourge. It is poison damage technically, which I imagine things like constructs and golems are immune to it. But anything else like a final boss or most enemies otherwise are fine. Huh. Interesting. And you can get Scourge pretty early on. Way earlier than Flare. That actually, if I had known that, I would have given Scourge to Furion much easier and had him swap over. Because Flare does have a better damage coefficient, and it being non-elemental makes for some better spell casting. Well, you pretty much get like one cycle because there's more to the cycle, but you're almost never going to be able to hear the track now because the encounter rate's so high. There's like a passage there. Oh hey, a Lamia Queen. Sweet. Can't wait to die horribly to the Whirl back there. It's a shame that a lot of the tracks in the older Final Fantasies have such short loops. Because even in the remasters, like, they have to really elaborate on each movement a lot more and repeat a lot of bars just with different instrumentation and everything. Because, you know, hardware limitations and all that kind of stuff. Because there's some damn good tracks that are just, you know, 30-second loops, unfortunately. No ribbon. Another chance for a ribbon. I don't think it ever did. Yeah, the Chocobo theme was a 5-second loop originally. Go look up the original Famicom Chocobo for Final Fantasy II. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they added the original OST for the Pixar Masters. I don't think they added it. I think it was always like that. Pretty sure it was always like that. I'll take all the Lamia Queens. Just don't give me huge formations and no ambushes. Because every time I kill a Lamia Queen, that's a chance for a ribbon. And I want 4 of them, please and thank you. Oh, Protect Ring. Okay, I'll take that. That's definitely good.
Newsflash! Fuck you!
I guess so, Little Who. Thank you for the 390 bits. No ribbon for me. Not yet, anyway. Well, I did say Freya getting up to 2k HP would make him useful, and he's there, so... Freya with a level 5 or 6 flare and 2000 HP is usable, so... And they've also gotten quite a bit of MP, 250? Yeah, definitely usable. So I'm glad I put the effort into actually casting with them. I said no ambushes? I said no ambushes, not no, comma, ambushes. Sheesh. Sure would like to remember where all the little hidden passages are in this dungeon, but I don't remember. Oh well. Desu Rider. Okay, Freya's hitting for 317. Good, good, good. This thing's lifesteal like crazy. 4 of them is oh, they're weak to fire, thankfully. Okay, well. That's good. Yeah, they hit like absolute trucks because they basically wield blood swords. So what that means is they're hitting for 1/16 of my life and absorbing it every time they hit. So if they hit 8 times, that's half my life. So they're one of the scariest things, especially if you have a large HP pool. And it's mostly just because of a resource standpoint. I mean, I'm gonna get stamina, I'm gonna get HP very reliably by being hit by them, but I risk a lot of dying, and I have to use a lot of resources to heal back up. So they are bad in that big formation, but like this, they'll die before they get a turn, so it's no big deal. Well, I'm gonna have to start dipping into my elixirs soon. I mean, the thing is, I know that I'll have enough elixirs to get through to the final boss. The problem is that I wouldn't mind a few of them, just like as, you know, healing.
Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end.
They did all die. That was true. Thank you, Hive member, for the 288 bits. Thank you. All right, we're on elixir time now. I mean, to be fair, ethers do kind of suck in this. They're only 20 MP per, and with the 800 MP mana pool, that's how many ethers to max out my mana? Thirty, 32? So, 99 ethers is just 3 mana pools, which means that 3 elixirs is the same as 100 ethers. Eesh. What's up, Rocco? Welcome in to the Final Fantasy Fiesta, the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, where we race through all the main numbered entries of the Final Fantasy series with my friend Seven Sids, with no running away allowed, and all sorts of other different kind of challenges and collectathons along the way as well. You can check the website or use the commands, or just ask what the challenges are, but for this game you can read it right there. And we are nearing our end of Final Fantasy II. What are you up to today? For those of you not acquainted with Rocco, he's good people, does a lot of like, does speed running, of course, but tends to have a lot of tendency to play some RPGs. Well, the incentive for FF2 is remote server return, code 404. Of course, my favorite incentive. Final Fantasy run where chat voted on a 4-job Fiesta set of rules or jobs for you. Berserker, Geomancer, Freelancer, Ranger. Oh, good lord. Why? Why did you let them choose? That's a oh. That's a bad one. Well, good luck, I guess. At least Ranger has some decent healing. I'm not sure what's up with the commands. Might just be the wrong writing of it, but I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, of course, then eventually you run out. Interesting. Cool. Well, we actually will be utilizing the 4-job Fiesta rule set for our playthrough of Final Fantasy V as well. Well, I mean, you can see down there, the incentive will have to be hit, of course. But we have some additional aspects of it where we have to re-rule Galef's job and a couple other things, so. I'm not sure what's up with that. I don't know if it's wrong, like if you need to spell it out or not use the II and instead do FF2 or whatever. Because it is specific to a certain command. Seems to me, oh, now the protect ring, nice. Seems to me like it's just busted, honestly. You know what, I'm gonna actually give it to him. He needs the defense, because he's got way less. Oh, it's not that much more, never mind. It's mostly just the magic interference. And I lose evasion, but I get all that sweet, sweet magic defense, so. Don't know what the command is, but you can also check the website fffiesta.com and check the incentive pages for all the games and things that we're gonna do. Lots of stuff, lots of fun things. It's Final Fantasy for the next couple months because we can't run away from battles. We have to fight everything or die, which oftentimes with the coupling with the other incentives becomes the more difficult part of the game. So lots of Final Fantasy coming up. And this is our 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta. 10 years we've been doing this. 10 years. Berserkers messing things up literally never happened. What are you talking about? The greatest ally you could ever have. Oh, apparently they're healing from fire. I didn't realize. I'm really annoyed that I didn't set Chobin to something else when I had a chance then. I mean, it won't matter for the most important fight, which is the final boss, but still. To make everything faster in general. Ba-bum-bum. Okay, at least it wasn't an ambush. I mean, the Lamias by themselves are not they're not scary at all. If it was 4 Lamia queens, that would have been scary. I give Chad 100% chance of winning this year as well. Thank you, Lana, for the 422 bits. And a silent nod to you as well. Thank you. The silent nod being very vocal and not silent, apparently. Fairly certain I can't even be hit by that charm because of my magic evasion being very high. I'm really surprised that the regular Lamias are taking such a beating too. Jeez. Flare 6, higher than I expected it to go. Well, that's the high end of what I expected it to go to. Yep, sidekicking all these Lamias. Okay, weird. I must have just gotten really low damage rolls or something because I'm one-shotting them now. Huh, okay. Oh, I'm sure they use their tails as a couch or a seat or whatever they want. Is that level 11 flare? No, it's just 10, okay. I'm not even close. I'm not even close to level 11 fire or level. Yeah, I'm not gonna get level. As I predicted, no level 11s are gonna happen. Oh, cool. Flare 10 is just like an automatic singular animation that encompasses the whole room. That's cool. Oh, good. Quirls. Yay. My very first RPG was Final Fantasy 1, so yeah. I mean, obviously, I didn't import Final Fantasy 2 and 3 because I never knew they existed, but I played them as they came out on GBA and stuff, absolutely. What's up, Kefka? Welcome in. But yeah, Final Fantasy 1 was my first RPG. Dragon Quest 1 was in there somewhere. And of course I played FF4 and 6 as they came out on the SNES. And I want to say I played, 1, 2, and 3 on the GBA or whatever they first came out on. Origins on the PlayStation, whatever. My favorite? I don't really have a favorite. I talked about this before. And basically, whenever you have a favorite of something, it seems like you always tend to compare it to everything else. And it's always, everything else is in the shadow of your favorite. Instead of just saying, I really like this thing, or it's among my favorites, whenever you say, oh, my favorite is Final Fantasy 6 or Final Fantasy 7, everything's always just compared to that. And it doesn't really allow for growth and enjoying new things and finding new favorites that are among your top games or enjoyment of a particular media, movie, book, whatever. I definitely have like a clear favorite movie, right? Because no movie has really come that close to me, and that's like The Princess Bride, right? That's one of my favorite movies of all time. But like, when it comes to games, there are so many that are just so fantastic. They're all just at the pinnacle for me or have tremendously important memories for me. But I don't really have a favorite. As far as favorite Final Fantasy goes, it's the one I'm playing. Which one I'm playing at any given time. I always want to play Final Fantasy, so if I'm feeling in the mood for FF10, I'll play FF10. If I'm feeling in the mood for FF2, I'll play FF2. And I'm going to enjoy both of them pretty much equally, Secretly loves Revenant Wings. No. I may not have eaten my cart like Seven Sins did, but I look at it and it knows what it did. My take is that every main numbered Final Fantasy is peak RPG of its respective era. And sometimes, living through some nostalgia or some classic styled RPGs and Final Fantasies is good. Sometimes playing that modern goodness and all that good quality of life and cinematic awesomeness is good. And so they're all amazing, and I love them all, and I enjoy playing them all the time. Final Fantasy is a series that makes excellent video games all the time. All right, we actually want to fight this one because it's a ribbon. Oh, cool, the boss ambushed me. Awesome. Well, that's a good start. Excellent start. Tristan, you're pretty much accurate on that one. Even the worst Final Fantasies are better than most other RPGs. Although when you start to get to the side and spin-off games in Final Fantasy series, there's a lot of questionable hit or miss kind of stuff. I speak only for the main Final Fantasies. So, I'm not talking about After Years or Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus or anything else, just the main ones. Wait, am I actually getting damage on him? Because it seems like he just is healing for as much as I'm doing. Oh yeah, some of the side stuff is awesome, like Tactics or World Final Fantasy or others, probably. I mean, it's a simple game, Mystic Quest. It's not like a deep, rich, compelling experience, but it's a really solid, simple RPG with some cool enemy designs, sprite work, and the music is banging. I think I just have to hope that Freya doesn't get hit again, and then just go from there. Yeah, use that. Don't attack me for 1600 that absorbs. I don't even remember this dude actually healing. There we go. Huh? Oh, there it is. There we go. The main reason you want it right there. Status immunity. Now if only those Lamia queens could actually play nice. But they seem to be stingy with their ribbon drops. I did get a couple prot rings though, so that's good. Protection against death is also solid. What do you mean the last? It was the only, and it technically it's not even really a Final Fantasy game. I mean, it is in name alone. But they made Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. It's called Final Fantasy USA in Japan because we got that instead of Final Fantasy V, and it's just like a very, very simple, quick, low effort project that turned out really good because I mean they're just good at making things. So even a low effort thing was still good. But I mean, there's no Final Fantasy where you use your weapon to really interact with puzzles or anything at all. Mystic Quest was it. There is one part in Final Fantasy X where you have to throw Wakka's Blitzball to hit a target by just pressing X to time the button. Yeah, clearly the same level as Mystic Quest puzzling with weapons, obviously. Can't tell them apart. They're literally the same thing. Did my mic peak just there? My OBS showed that my microphone peaked like mega big, but I didn't hear it in here, so. Peaking is when it gets so loud that it gets garbled. And it seemed like according to OBS I did, but it sounded fine, okay. That's what I want to know. Cool. There wasn't anything unusual sounding. That's the most important aspect of that. That's why Thea's my white mage. Tanky. Probably just didn't know the power of evasion, that's all. So the challenge here is that we can't use shields and we can't use the attack command, so magic is the only way to go, and we can't stack evasion either. But we also have to spec in class, so we only can have white mage or black mage. We can't have a red mage kind of thing going on. So I made Thea my white mage in order, due to the fact that Thea starts out a lot tankier than everybody else. Although the game is pretty homogenous, so yeah. The Final Fantasy Fiesta is a celebration of the Final Fantasy franchise where we go through the entire series of games in a race against my friend Seven Sins with a bunch of different challenges and incentives and collectathons and different things every year with different ways to play the game. Or different limitations or different styles or different parties or force this or, you know, collect that. And we kind of celebrate the franchise, which means we don't run away from battles. So we have to fight or die. If we run away, we reset. And unless, of course, we get feared or the enemy runs away, obviously. But we also watch all the cutscenes. We don't skip voice-acted dialogue unless it's been said already or we game over it or something like that. So yeah, basically it's a celebration of the franchise where we replay our favorites, all of them, and enjoy Final Fantasy for 2 to 3 months every year. Every year we've done this for 2 to 3 months. It always starts December 1st, so mark your calendar, but that also means we just started. What is the peak number of spells? You mean the maximum? I think you can have about 20 spells learned on each character, somewhere around there. I would say most of them aren't really worth using because you have to level them up and it takes a long time. So having a wide variety of spells usually means also having to spend a lot of time grinding them up, which oftentimes is not worth it. Oh! What? I forgot the Death Knights drop a ribbon! Yes! Ribbon 2, baby. Oh, it also means he can use the golden hairpin instead. What spell peaks the mic? Oh no, the microphone is me talking. The one I'm talking into. It wasn't that. I'm talking about. I've been having a particular issue with OBS and my microphone, and I was wondering if. And I saw OBS went all the way into red, and I was wondering if it was something that you guys heard or not. Well, ambushed by Coerl, so we're probably dead. Oh wait, no, we have protection rings, so we're protected from death. So we're actually fine. Except Leon. Leon does not have a protect ring, but it's a Lamia Queen, who knows? Maybe we'll get another one here. Well, I hope you all continue to watch all the way through 16 and beyond, because there's some awesome good times with all of those games, nostalgic or otherwise. Why did Luna die? People die when they are dead. You know, we try to exploit the game. So, die after we die, you know? We can die later. It depends. You know what? I'm just gonna defend with him. So, we're not allowed to fast forward the game if that's what you mean, but we don't do that because it's kind of goes against the whole celebration of the game kind of situation. But depending on the game, we may change the battle speed. Like for instance, when we go against Diamond Weapon in Final Fantasy VII, we'll reduce the battle speed so that we have more time to hit the shell when it opens up because you only have a limited amount of time and that helps with inputs. FF12, we might change the battle speed up dynamically based on what's going on, you know? Really depends. A flare tome. Wow, that's interesting. Really depends on the strategies that we're using. But a lot of the games like this one don't even have a battle speed. There is no battle speed option. This one is purely round-based, like a Dragon Quest game. 1 through 3 are all like that. Did what again? Ugh. Hey, we got a protect ring again. Nice. Awesome. That's 4. Ooh, so I'll probably use one of my elixirs on Frey when I get to the boss, and everybody else is fine on MP. I think it'll be fine. We're at the second to last room, so we're pretty close. And I ended up getting Freya's flare to what, level 7? So I don't want to, his MP pool is kind of low. I don't want to waste an elixir on him just so I have to use another one so soon since I'm out of ethers. I probably should have saved like 10 of them for him, but yeah. No, we did not get an Iron Giant, and we're past the room that we can normally get one. I want to say in the Pixar Master, every room you can get one past the 3rd room, but I don't think an Iron Giant would be that big of a deal anyway, since like magic just goes through everything, you know? The one benefit of magic is it just goes through everything. 1 Night Scamp. I got 1 Iron Giant, and it was on the Famicom version of the game. But thankfully, we were able to use swords, and so I had a blood sword, and I just tore him to pieces, and it was amazing. At least as far as I remember. I may have gotten one on the Pixar Master, actually, but not as painful. Oh, one more room, I guess. I do not have any drop frames. My connection's steady, so. Not on my end. How close am I to level 11? Not at all. Not even a close. Never happening. Probably should have put the flare in the holy on a wolf. Oh, that's still one shot, so who cares? Never mind. Fire is the liability at this point. I think Freya might even be more reliable damage than Jobin now, unfortunately. Yeah, she's pretty much always got me on her laptop out in the living room while she works. Correction, it was the bomb. Down left? Yeah. Okay. That's good. You can get some nasty encounters in this room, so... You know, it's kind of funny because I sometimes do these events where you guys can make me do, you know, things that are punishing and cruel and everything. Like, you know, take a death or force an encounter or something. And the Fiesta kind of gives me that same sort of mentality, like, chat can donate to like mess with me or whatever, but I know that you can't. So when I got into this room and I'm like, oh man, there's some mean encounters in here. I was like, oh damn, I just tipped off chat. Now they're gonna make me fight more encounters. And it's like, wait, no, this is the Fiesta. They can't make me do anything. Well, okay, you guys can make me do some stuff, but you know, not that way. Ten elixirs. I'm gonna quick save like that, and then I'm going to use an elixir on Thea and Luna. Just that way I'm not saved with those elixirs being used. Okay, so not much else we can do, right? Like that's it. Let's go. I wasn't positive if I could get encounters in this room, and I wasn't positive where the boss trigger is. So I just, yeah. Thank you, RPG Chick, for the 110 bits, and Warp Talent for the 110 bits. So this game with this stupid encounter rate. Okay, you can go all the way right up to him. Good to know. Thank you, None, for the 110 bits as well. Let's go. There's no setup that we have to do here.
You need a spanking.
So, absolutely he does. Thank you, Morton, for the 269 bits. It's not gonna do anything for me. No buff setup. Oh wait, hold on.
Summon copy!
Oh, 2 of these things? I don't think so. Thank you, None, for the 120 bits. That doesn't do anything, did it? The little spirit or whatever. I thought it would do something more than that. It did nothing, I think. Well, doing roughly 3 to 3,500 damage each turn. That's good, actually. That's really solid. Even if he heals, like, I'm not really worried about that. So he heals by hitting you, and it's the same blood sword deal where he just slaps you for a ton and he heals for that much. But it's not like a one-shottable. That's why you kind of want to have a little bit lower HP, like 1,500 to 2K is like ideal for this fight. But I can't stop the HP coming in when I have to fight every battle, so I end up being at 4,000 HP, which makes the heal that much more difficult to deal with. But yeah, should be fine. Like, our damage output is solid. I'm not worried about that anymore. That's like always a big scare with the Emperor because he has crazy defenses and avoidance that make melees very difficult to get any damage out on him with, unless you have the Blood Sword or you've grinded up to like level 15 or something. With them, you can't really debuff him, but if you have like a level 16 debuff on your weapon, you can debuff him. You can even poison him. You can curse him. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff to him, but good luck getting high enough on that. You gotta grind it out like crazy. So with our magic the way it is, our damage output is fine. We're really just worried about his melee attack. After that, I think we're not stuck here. We're not, oh god, we're not doing any damage. How are we gonna win this? We just have to get through the fight at this point. So hopefully we do. Right now he's playing nice, thankfully. It's not like Chaos where he can just full heal randomly. Oh. Easy peasy. Oh my god. The easiest Emperor of my life, aside from Blood Sword. What happened? What happened? Oh, I'm always so terrified of this fight. And we got a freebie. Whew. What a relief off of my shoulders, man. At this point, it's like I'm not even worried yet. Yeah, FF3 can be really mean too, but not this mean. Not this kind of mean, like Emperor mean. It's like the one nice thing I've had this entire Fiesta so far is an easy Emperor fight. But, I mean, that does nothing to make up for all the pain and suffering I suffered prior, because I'm like 3 hours behind 7 right now, so... How did I get Leon to Flare 7? I bought a Flare Tomb in the waterfall, and then I used it. Going through the dungeon, and it got all the way up to level 7 by the time I got to the end. That's how. That's it. That's literally it. I had a Scourge Tomb on him, and he got Scourged up to level 4 or 5, and by the time I got my Flare Tomb, and I swapped to Flare, I made the choice to swap to Flare, and I just used it going through the dungeon. That's it. That's all I did, and he got up to 7 by the end. Tiger, thank you for the 303 bits, and he had 250 MP by the end, too. Starting with 5, I did nothing to help him along the way. He just got there. Yeah. 4 hours behind 7. Jeez. Yeah. What about with you? Where am I at compared to you? Because I know you said you had some problems with FF2, so maybe I'm, fingers crossed, not doing that terrible. I mean, to be fair, like 2 hours if it was just chaos, right? So if I hadn't gotten the business by chaos, then. Oh, wow. Yeah, 7 really did get the freebie, didn't he? Oh, that's minutes. Oh. Rip. So I did get the business. Uh, 10 probably, because 4 is going to be not as big of an advantage for me. 6, 7 usually does better than me now. So 7, 8, and 7 is like his jam. 8 we're pretty even on. 9 maybe, but 10 is like the first real chance I have of catching up to him. Unless of course something happens. I mean, like 1 is my strength. I should have done better than him at 1, or rather, on average, I will have a better time than him on 1. But I got screwed. It happens. There's a lot of RNG. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a lot of little strategies that we could do that can make things easier. So there's a possibility that any of the games, I can change it around at any time, you know? Absolutely, cool, Dan. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, all of them. Like, no matter how good or bad the game goes, it's gonna be a good time. Sure.
Wife is giving you the rest of the lunch.
Yeah, I'm fine with being an hour and a half behind 7 on FF2, but I'm actually really confused because I did not pick up almost any of the treasure chests at all, like only the ones that I knew were good, and the rest I ignored. So how did I lose an hour and a half just beelining it and having zero problems with any of the bosses? I don't get it. Like, where was the time loss? Was it just bad luck with encounter rate or something? Because, I don't know. I felt like I had an extremely solid FF2, but yet I lost an hour and a half to him. Crazy. Crazy. Nah, I had to grind, literally. I didn't take any of the wrong passages almost at all. Like, I went right to the boss every time. I didn't take any wrong passages almost at all. But yeah, the early grind Dracodite, I literally had to do that in order to get to Basidia to get Holy to be able to win the game. So yeah. True, but that's like 15 minutes, you know? I mean, that's not an hour and a half. Maybe even 15 is pushing it, you know? True, Nexus. No autosave on FF6 could give me a slight advantage. Not to mention, I used to speedrun FF6, so I'm very, like, muscle memory will kick in and I'll start doing some crazy stuff with that. Mithril? Oh yeah. I mean, sure, but he just grinded at a different spot. Because if you go down, it goes from 3 hours to 2 hours. Because he just grinded at a different point. Still, I'm not worried. Even a Fiesta that ends 2 to 3 hours apart is insane. We've had Fiestas that have ended 30 minutes apart. It's like a 200 to 300 hour race. So we're gonna be busy for a while. The Fiesta is not a short race. There is plenty of time for me to catch up or even get further behind. It is what it is. That's part of the fun of the Final Fantasy Fiesta is how we handle these particular challenges and how well they pay off for us. Yeah, that's where I grinded too, Lady Lore. And it did go fast for me as well. What do you mean, finally? We've had Final Fantasy Tactics in the Fiesta 3 times in the past. This is the 10th Final Fantasy Fiesta. What about Tactics Ogre? Well, it doesn't have Final Fantasy in the name, so I don't know. Gotta keep your breath minty fresh with the Final Fantasy Tic Tacs. Seven had an extreme catch-up last year. No, we have not done Crystal Chronicles or any of the 4 Crystal Chronicle games in the Final Fantasy Fiesta yet. That's right, there are 4 Crystal Chronicle games. Oh, can I pass on that one, Shulking? Yeah, but it's expensive, Kim, and we need a graphic artist on top of that, which is like literally the hardest thing in the world to find, is a good graphic artist. But that kind of layout, logos, etc. is extremely expensive, and that's not really something we can afford right now. We did have 2 sets of art for the Final Fantasy Fiesta. We had the original 2016 art and then the 2017 art, which was different. And it was 2 different layouts that were awesome. But we decided to stick with this one until we could find a graphic artist and afford it. Awesome, Tavatendo. Well, I'm glad you're still around because we love having you. Enthusiastic flatulist. Ah. Of course. What was I thinking? We had a very long conversation earlier about how, in my opinion, Final Fantasy III is the true beginning of what we consider Final Fantasy, because it's the most referenced game in all of the series. Everything can be traced back to Final Fantasy III, yet a lot of things in Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are kind of just sort of off the cuff. They were just kind of throwing shit at the wall and see what stuck. Not to say that 1 and 2 are bad. They're excellent, especially for the time, but 3 is where it really begins. We have the Pixel Remaster for all of them except for 6, which we'll be playing both the SNES and the Pixel Remaster of. because the way the incentives were chosen is that people voted based on previous year incentives. And so all the incentives this year were chosen by you, all of you guys. So everything that we're doing this year it was voted by you, all of you, as well as the third incentive, which is a bonus in addition to. So it's not just the same year, but it's the same year with an extra little twist on top of everything else. So we had a year where we played the original and the Pixel Remaster version of every single of the 6 Final Fantasies, and none of those got voted in except for Final Fantasy VI. So with Final Fantasy VI, we get to play both the OG and the Pixel Remaster. I mean, I had a significant issue with Final Fantasy 1 that year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because it was like the one with 2 characters downed. Man, Ice Cave took me like half a day to get through. So we all struggled with that. The first 3 Final Fantasies with doing both that year. All right. Final Fantasy done, or Final Fantasy 2 done. Now, at this point, I'm going to take a break because I am hungry. I am ravenous right now. I could eat a freaking whole cow right now. So, I'm going to take a quick break. That'll give me time and the ability to set up Final Fantasy 3. Actually, let me actually do something. Probably just do FF3 real quick. Yeah. Cool. That shouldn't take too long. All right. I'm going to play some tunes for you. See what we got. Yeah. Let's start with that. Enjoy the jams. Be back in a few minutes. And we'll start with Final Fantasy 3. Be right back. Hello. I return with an empty bladder and a full stomach. I haven't had to limit the amount of spicy that I eat, but I definitely have to limit the amount of sweet that I eat. All right. What are the names of our illustrious heroes this time through? Coconut, please stop. What? Aw. There we go. Welcome to Final Fantasy. I wonder if I should say welcome to the, but the person that reserved the name specifically said welcome to Final Fantasy Fiesta, but it would make more sense if it was like to the over here. But that's okay. It is what it is. The incentive for Final Fantasy 3 is all casters, and I'm having a very annoying cat insistent on being annoying right now, and I'm not able to get to the place I need to go to get you that information. Coconut, seriously, bro. Come on, buddy. Let's go hang out over here. Oh. Caster jobs only, and we must get all summons, and then we're only allowed to have one of each job at any given time. We did? Well, we haven't even started it yet, but yes, we're about to start. You got an onion sword. Oh, what a pain. That's sadness. You have 8 cats? The legal limit here is 7, and we have 7. Damn. You're the one that requested those names? Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, I don't have to be fine with it. You're the one that has to be fine with it. If it's a preference and you want me to do welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta, I will absolutely do that. But that is entirely up to you because you're the one that reserved the name. So 100% your choice there, buddy. There you go. It does sound better. I agree. All right, I love Final Fantasy 3, and I've said many, many times, In my opinion, I think Final Fantasy 3 is the real beginning, the origin of Final Fantasy. 1 and 2, they were just kind of trying to find their way, and they made some good games. But 3 is Final Fantasy, like, in the only way the first Final Fantasy could really be. You know what I mean? So, I'm always excited to play it. It's a fantastic game. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Into the silence of the Golgans prophesied the great earthquake was only beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystals, sources of the world's light, were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms, now screaming from the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come, which is actually really not any kind of catastrophe. Something fathomless, ominous, and laden with sorrow looms on the horizon, but hope is not yet gone completely. Poor souls will be blessed with the power of light, and show it shall begin. We're gonna start tripping in a hole. 4 orphaned youths raised by Topapa in the rural village of were out to test their mettle. They came across a cave, one of the very same that formed when the crystals were lost to the earth. Well, what's going on? Hey, let's jump in this hole. What started as a simple game of exploration became something so much more. Oh no, they fell into... Oh no! They've fallen into an alternate universe! No! Not Skyrim. Okay, wait.
For real?
Thank you, Lotto, for the 144 bids. No kidding, Arian? Wow. Looks like he really let himself go. Nah, I'm teasing. I like dogging on Skyrim. Is there a runaway battle in this game? Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have to run away from any battles. It's fight or die. I think this is the nicest set of names I've ever had for a Final Fantasy Fiesta ever. It's just so kind and warm and welcoming. Like, welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta, you know? It's always like Mayo or BGG sucks or something. It's very strange to have nice names. You know, I never really thought about that, Ziggy, but I think you might be onto something. Aiko, Hope, Mayo, yeah. Obviously, Onion Knights are not casters, and obviously I'm using the melee.
Water and water and water, water and water and water, water, water and water and
Water, 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 and water, and water, water, water,
and water and water, water, water and water and water.
But the incentive isn't that I can't use the fight command, it's that I have to use the caster jobs only. Also keep in mind that the 4-job Fiesta rules apply that if I don't have 4 casters, even though I can only have 1 of each job, I just duplicate 1. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Playadastic, thank you for the 800 bits. Thank you. You can only use dupes if you only have less than 4 available things. Like, you only start with 3 caster jobs, red mage, white mage, and black mage. So I will use 2 of something. And I pointed that out when I made the announcement in Discord. If you go back to the FF3 incentive announcement, it's only until the 2nd crystal, and then you have to use Scholar, so. Hardest boss in the game. Oh, you're just messing with me? Yeah, because everybody was all surprised during 7's stream. And I was like, I said it during the announcement. Although, having a corpse is a perfectly valid strategy for this because it will focus XP onto the 3 characters, making them more powerful. And it is a strategy I considered, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do a corpse, because starting with a corpse is a pain in the butt, managing the corpse is a pain in the butt, and there are definitely some parts where you can benefit just by having more characters, you know? Very magic heavy start, yeah. What dupe did you use? I already know what I'm going to use, by the way. Great minds, RPG chick. Great minds. Wheels on the shopping cart be like. That's so good. Oh. Hey, George, thank you for the sub gift to Cool Dan. Cool. Part is always annoying because you don't have any magic on your black mage, and since we got to do full casters, it's like, oh boy. Welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. They said it because they each say my name. They say welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. They said it. The whole game just said welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. How about that? Another red mage can dual wield too. Cool. So this is the first Final Fantasy to have a lot of like really hidden passages and hidden items and things to really look around for. It's the first one you can search pots for items. It really is the first Final Fantasy. It kind of does, yeah, you're right. Yeah, man, they're invading the village, didn't you know? I love how everybody levels up and it's like, welcome to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. I love it. Get him, Fiesta. Show him how to party. Also, I'm gonna end up making my red mage my frontliner, right? So he'll end up being like my major like hit taker. He greets the enemies with welcome. Welcome, enemies, to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. You know? Just like that. Ugh, stop that. Okie doke, let's go. Oh wait, we gotta go back. Yeah, you basically start this game with grinding as well, kind of like all the others. You kind of have to get to like 5 or 6 or something before you can really do the first dungeon. Also, I don't have any magic just quite yet, so I do need that. Look at him going ham already. Chop, 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 chop. All I'll say about that is you won't be disappointed. Also, I highly recommend playing the intermission side mission, the intermission with Yuffie, after you beat the game. Donk him real good. Yeah, the game is called Intergrade, but the mission is called Intermission. The first Saturday and Sunday will not be taking off because the first week of the Fiesta, 7 would have had today and tomorrow off. It's just like, hey, Fiesta starts anyway, 2 days off. Kind of bad, you know? So we always take the first week and stream through it. So the first 2 days off don't apply, but otherwise I'll be taking Saturday and Sunday off. I mean, I played it on PS4 because the PS5 didn't exist yet. All the shops are down, right? Including Magic Shop? Yeah. Can he actually equip the Mithril Helm? Yeah, he sure can. How about that? What about the gauntlet? Someone to get there? Okay. Actually, I want to say the 2 items that are left in here are in here. Nope. It's called Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, but when you go to the menu to select, it's the normal playthrough, and then there's intermission. It's, yeah. Alchemist, thank you for the 32 months. Wow! 5 minutes into the game, we already got airship? How awesome. Best Final Fantasy ever. What? No, intermission is not available on PS4. The idea was that they needed to move from PS4 to PS5 for the remake series, because the original plan was to keep it all on PS4. But obviously a lot of delays during, you know, that whole 2020 thing, along with PS5 being pushed forward a little bit sooner than they expected, forced them to sort of move the trilogy onto the PS5. And so they created the intermission in order to bridge that gap between PS4 and PS5. And if you got a PS5, you could get a free upgrade to the PS5 version, and then it's like $20 DLC, no big deal. So it's not like they made you buy the game twice or anything. Well, you can always get the PC version. And there's also a really good chance that the third game is not exclusive to PS5. It's possible that they're under contract still and they have to, but it's also possible, like they said they want to move away from exclusive, so if they're not under contract, it'll be available on all the things right away. Owie. Correct. They do not want to do exclusives anymore. But if they already had a contract, they have to live up to that one. So it's possible that the original contract was that all of the remake trilogy has to be exclusive on PS hardware for a certain amount of time. So it's possible. We don't know the details of it, but I would probably count on them not locking themselves in like that for so long. I think we'll get it in 2026 or 2027, actually. But, you know, whatever. Memes and stuff, right? Wait, were those iron arrows? It's hard to say. There's a lot of information to suggest that the that the part 3 is right around the corner. There's a lot of information to suggest that it might be a little bit longer. Both are possible based on a lot of the information that's come out. There we go. There's where it is. Yeah, I knew there was something else in here, and it's just the tonfa for the monk or whatever. But it's money, and I'm right here, so. I doubt Grand Theft Auto 6 will be canceled. The game has an estimated, people are predicting a $1 billion budget. They ain't canceling that shit when it's about to be released. Alright, time for a short grind. And you'll see why as soon as we get into this dungeon and get our butts kicked. Donk 'em! Donk 'em with your donkin' stick! I mean, the game was supposed to be out by now, so I'm pretty sure that all the information is available. Okay, I did not get my butt kicked. Fair enough. Alright, I'm actually, interestingly, better off than I thought it was. That being said, I still need, like, spell charges, so... Wow. Interesting. Okay. Also, the first boss will pretty much one-shot me at this current HP, so... At the very least, I need one more level. Maybe two, actually, because what the hell? Going faster than I thought. I guess the White Slayer is pretty awesome for this beginning part of the game. I've been not poisoned. Oh, I have been poisoned, actually. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die on us to the... One more level ought to do it, then we'll go back and rest. Buy a couple consumable... Oh, boy. Don't die on me! Whoops. He do be having some good stuff, doesn't he? I'm a little afraid without any more resources of the monsters in the cave, and I only need like 40 XP, so. Oh, that's really slow, isn't it? Alright, we're not doing that. This'll be fine. I'll get a level on the first enemies. It'll be fine. And if it's not fine, then oops. Sure. So good for 8-bit hardware. The little bass thumps that they got out of that were just incredible. I like how in the rearranged tracks, they kind of, the little drum bit you get at the beginning of the track is very kind of 8-bit-ish sounding, really kind of tying it together, you know, like giving homage to the original in that way. They really made them feel like the track in question while making them not dated sounding, you know? Bikini Princess has joined the party. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, this is the first Final Fantasy to have back attacks too. Yes, it was No Name. It was the first Final Fantasy to do auto retargeting for physical attacks. Magic still did the ineffective thing, yeah. But physicals would auto retarget if an enemy died during the turn. But then it didn't matter anymore because ATB. Also, the encounter rate is quite a bit lower in this one than it is in 2. I'm a genie in a bottle. You gotta rub me the right way. Fiesta is damn cool right now. Look at how cool Fiesta is. 0 F's given. Easy peasy. All right, we had a really good Jin. He was very nice to me. Oh my god, convenient good guy teleports. Oh my god. No, Bikini Princess has left the party. Oh, how will we ever go on? Give me all your money. I saved your kingdom. All right, I trust this to you, a canoe. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for, yeah, I saved your kingdom and you gave me a canoe. Cool. Time to unsave the kingdom, no kidding. The funny thing is you literally need the canoe in order to get your airship back. Sure, that's what he did. Sure, we'll say that. I'm only gonna get 2. Oh right, we gotta attach the drill to the front of the airship. Wrong way. Looked like a. I thought there was like a little passage you could go into there. I attached a giant prow to your airship, so now you can crash into things and nothing will happen. It'll definitely take the hit. Absolutely will take the hit. It'll be no problem. You can definitely take the hit. Don't worry about it. Cool, let's get this boulder out of the way. Crunch. Oh. Well, that was stupid. What a dumb mission. Or what a stupid mission. Yeah, they made the world map more of a companion to the game and less of a let's make it a giant dungeon repeatedly kind of situation. Elixir? Barely even knew her. I'm so funny.
Cool.
Thank you, Dancing with 123 bits. Right, sing garbage. Yeah, because you gotta like slide down it or whatever, I don't know. Oh no, the old lady's sick. Here, have this elixir I just found. Just smash it on her head. Oh, I'm 50 years younger. I'm cured of my disease, but now I'm gonna die of old age. Well, that bow just seems great. And that's why I only got the 2 mithril rods. Because I figured I could still use the bow on him. Is this the only on-screen Sid wife? No. No. Sid. FF8. Sid. Obviously, Sid had this happen already. Yeah, and 9. But, I'm like, is this the only Sid? No, because remember Sid? And you're supposed to be like, oh yeah. FF8 and FF9 both had on-screen Sid wives. Yeah. No. Shara is not. Specifically, he laughs at the idea that Shara is his wife. Oh yeah, FF4 as well. Yeah, you can go to Sid's house. She's not part of the narrative, but you can go to her house and she's there. Did you know that Sid is the most Sid of all the Sids in Sid Fantasy Sid? Sid Fantasy 7 seems like an adult adventure, whereas Final Fantasy just sounds like a video game. I would never Sid you like that. That's a big dragon. Probably a pushover. Oh, it's going good, Obsidian. Okay, so I need you all to close your eyes for the next couple minutes. I'll let you know when. Just close your eyes. You don't gotta plug your ears. Because there's gonna be a lot of, yeah, flashing lights. There we go. Yeah. So many flashing lights. You go blind unless you look away. Yes, that's what it is. Yep, definitely a lot of flashing lights. Don't look. Okay, yes, we defeated Bahamut. Oh my gosh.
Boy.
I can't believe we one-shot Bahamut. We're so good at video games. The best. Woo, we're so good. Yep, beat Bahamut, first try. Yeah, that crit that just one-shot him, so good. You're gonna tell 7? Oh no! I only have one level 2 spell. I literally need to farm up a level in order to get 2 level 2 spells. I can't do that with just one. Oops, you did not see my cursor on Flea there. That was a glitch. I am making excellent time, which is why I'm like a level lower, I think. I know not of what you speak of. With this cursor mammary? Never heard of it. cam over it. Already got Kira. Oh yeah, only he can equip the fire stuff, right. Oh, I need an antidote. Okay, here you go. Aww. Oh my god, so many dropped inputs on my directions, bro. Thank you. Must be the NPC getting in my way. Okay. I love this theme. It's so good. You get like a whole unique theme whenever you're minied, because there's like 2 places in the game where you have to do little mini dungeons. It's so cute. Love it. They really put some love and care into the Pixar Masters and a lot of the other versions and things. Even the fanfare at the end, the Battle Victory fanfare, is got that lighthearted flute touch to it. Whoopsie doodle. Out of my way, jerk ass. Oh, guess this must be a new shop. I don't remember that guy being there normally. With all casters, we actually don't have to grind here, I don't think. I'm missing. Where is it? Is it not here? There it is. No, it's. There it is. Out of my way! Already raw spells. Makes me wonder though. Let me find out an encounter, see how it goes, and see how close I am to leveling. Can always get in the boat and have a really good encounter time. Very low damage taken. I don't know what you're talking about, Arian. I defeated Bahamut fair and square. Alright, I'm gonna gain 1 level here, because I want to see if I'll get a level 3 spell. And that'll make the boss a little bit easier. We're making really good time, I think, and so I think it's fine to kind of play it safe here. Come on, Fiesta. What? I don't know, magic and miss. Alright, whatever I have in terms of spells, I'm just taking that. That's the level I'm taking, no more. Not gonna grind if we can help it. Obviously, there are better places to start grinding, and there are different bosses to have a reason to grind for. And this first like segment of the game is really tight, and I think it's just because it's balanced around a certain level really tightly. And so if you gain a level or two, it alleviates a lot of that stress. Since we're so low level, 1 level has a significant difference, whereas later on 1 level will not have as big of a difference. But we're just taking whatever we got in terms of power output, and we're going. Lilliputaine, as in like the Canadian delicacy? Why didn't I take advantage of that boat shortcut? Gosh darn it. The plus is in addition to the previous incentives. It's not +1 job, it's only casters, plus all summons, plus one of each job only. Obviously, I have 2 black mages right now, but there's only 3 caster jobs available right now, so I have to double up on something. Maybe I'll use a slash instead. Oh, can't use any of that. All right. Wasting my time. It has to be Scholar, because that's the only other job, caster job I'll get. Although, maybe Geomancer? Forget what the second crystal unlocks. Gotta give them their learning. Sometimes education needs to be a little aggressive. Oh my god, ow. Well, first death. Shit. Rip synced experience. That's frustrating. Holy shit, dude. Those things hit massively hard. And we're already gonna have to use a Phoenix down. That's also really not ideal. So much for a smooth play, huh? Cheers, Wells. Take it easy. Whew. Okay. Not bad. A little bit of a hiccup there, but we got it. You're literally required to be mini in this dungeon. It's a mini themed dungeon. Like you have to go mini in order to enter the dungeon. Yep, it's one of the cute little quirks of Final Fantasy III. They really tried to implement different methods of accessing dungeons, utilizing the actual spells in your repertoire. There's one you have to use Frog to get into, and just a couple other little things that are really neat about the game. You know, Wilderox, I was thinking the same joke. It's like that in the original, yeah. The Pixel remasters are extremely faithful to the original. The only thing that they've really done is added a few quality of life things, a little bit of balancing, and then all the bugs don't exist. So that's really all it is. And then of course you have the beautiful coat of paint, the remastered tracks. Everything's just really, really nice from a visual and aural experience. I mean, how is that not illogical? I use Minnie to go into the dungeon behind the dragon because a rat stole the shiny gem that is his eye. I go in there as Minnie, then I leave, un-Minnie, and put the eye in. I think that's pretty cool. Must have missed that one, Ziggy. Probably after I stopped playing. You know, as much as I might agree there, Lady Laura, I've never felt the need for a tent or a cabin in this game because the overworld travel is sort of non-existent in this one. You don't really need it. An inn is always really just right around the corner. Well, save points weren't really a factor in this game, so adding save points would kind of be against the idea of a remaster, I think. But there's always the quick save and autosave. Not to mention all the dark crystals give you full restore anyway, so don't really need it. Where are you? Ah, here we go. I hate him. Dude, whenever you walk against the NPC, there's like a slight pause and it ruins everything. Oh, man. Navigation with him following you is annoying. That's why I keep hitting stairs that I don't mean to hit. Oh, I think I need magic keys for this, don't I? Or a thief, of course. You know, that's a great idea, Ari, and I think I'm gonna do exactly that. It's not that, it's so you can turn around and talk to him and ask him about what you need to do. That's why they make you stop there, so you don't just fly past him and not get a chance to talk to him. So it's not even NPC pathing, it's literally a mechanic of the game to let you talk to the NPC to let you know what to do next. Wrong one. I don't know, I found modern game NPC pathing to be pretty good. They know that escort quests suck without good NPC pathing. Right. I think I need to go to the cave first. Not the kind we're thinking of. But sure. I've been slowly nibbling on this thing all day long. Favorite leveling system? I don't know, I kind of like the sphere grid, honestly, but I don't know if I'd call it my favorite. I like it though. I've been expecting you. Here, have a toad. Thank you. Yeah, filling out that Crystarium gives you good feels, for sure. Ugh, they even tutorial on it. What? What could be a fun incentive? I think I can grind a little bit here, yeah. No GF junction until a certain point in the game. We've done similar things. Like only one GF or limited junctioning, stuff like that. But if we're gonna do no GFs, we're gonna do no GFs. We're not gonna do like, well, until you get to this part, then you can G, you know, it's a cop-out. Oops. Whoopsie doodle. I will say that my first time playing Final Fantasy VIII, I didn't want to cast magic because I thought I would lose way too many stats and that bothered me. The reality is you can cast to your heart's content, it's really not going to make a difference. But magic is kind of meh anyway, so don't waste your time. Do I even have enough charges to make that trip? I feel like I just don't have enough charges to do this. No fight command FF8? Yeah. I'm not sure if that would be, because I know FF8 is a little bit more robust with its mechanics, and there might be something there that makes it, you know, not doable or something. Am I actually good to go here? I don't know. I feel like I don't have enough casts to do this. None, quick shift. Because Final Fantasy revels in being unique and different, and I want to embrace that. And not rely on some other system that it got from someone else. So, Stranger of Paradise? You know, they don't need to be Final Fantasy games to be tactical. Like, sure, we got Final Fantasy Tactics, and that's cool, but, like, we don't need to have Final Fantasy Tactics 2 or anything like that, you know what I mean? You can just have a tactics game that's, you know, the Final Fantasy theming of it is arbitrary. As long as it's well made, who cares? If you want a game that's heavily inspired by Final Fantasy Tactics, I recommend... Oh shit, what's it called? It's like Fell something or other. Well, Diofield is definitely not inspired by Final Fantasy Tactics. It's a strategy game instead of a Pelseal, thank you. Triangle Strategy's okay. It's an alright tactics game. You know, if you want a tactics game, there are good tactics games out there to play. You don't need to play Final Fantasy themed tactics games. Them doing it once with a Final Fantasy theme was pretty much all we really need. We don't really need to do that again, you know? Because that's another thing that they kind of do, is they don't really branch out of different styles more than once. Diofield is fantastic, by the way, though. So, you know, definitely check it out if you like strategy games. I don't know if I particularly agree with that, Vax, but the Skya series is good. Absolutely. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 1 and 2 are pale imitations of Final Fantasy Tactics that play and feel almost entirely they play and feel almost entirely unalike, to the point of being made by different people entirely. The Final Fantasy aspect of it is a complete and utter accident. Yeah, they have like boat transportations, like you pay someone and they take you kind of thing. I agree that vehicles should not have encounters. If they give you a boat, don't have encounters, you know? Ow. Yeah, the auto battle just kind of repeats some stuff, and the fast forward isn't exactly the best, but it's there, so whatever, you know. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend using auto battle in that game anyway. Caro. Oh, come on! Really? This is a game over. Straight up a game over. I'd have to untoad, and by that time I'm gonna basically die. Can't buy Phoenix Downs. Well, I guess you can buy Phoenix Downs in this one, but yeah. Because I toted myself literally the tile before, and I took one step and I got an encounter because BGG luck. I was having too good of a pace. Game had to slap me down once again. I swear I can't have any freaking thing nice. Every time I do it, just gets slapped down. No. Oh, they were called Furies. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't get an encounter there. Why? I should get an encounter there. Because you get the same encounters if you reload your save. Well, you get an encounter on the same step, not necessarily the same formations. Boy, that room would be like 5 encounters in FF2. Instead, it was just 1. You know, it's interesting you should say something like that, Aryan, because it's sort of actually another one of the Final Fantasy isms that started in Final Fantasy 3. And that is dungeons, for the most part, being shorter and more to the point and feeling more like the place that you're in. If you look at most Final Fantasies, dungeons are pretty short. They just have a lot of them, so that you have a lot of content and a lot of unique places to go to. But the dungeons themselves are only a few screens. And that kind of starts with this one. Obviously, you have a couple long dungeons like the Dark Knight Cave and the final dungeon, but generally speaking, most dungeons are pretty short, to the point. Not a lot of messing around and forcing you to have massive resource issues or anything like that, Going out of my way to get items doesn't result in 18 encounters. How nice. It's one of the reasons why I basically skipped most of the treasures in FF2. That and the resource management, and being a full casters, most of the treasures out in the field are weapons and armor that I couldn't use anyway, so it felt better to just avoid all the treasures unless I knew exactly what I was getting. By the way, you cannot buy echo herbs at this point in the game, and there are enemies in this tower that silence you, and you can only get 2 echo herbs in this entire tower. So if I get silenced, I have 2 opportunities to cleanse that silence, and that's it. And then I'm done. Then I die. Because, you know, casters only and all that good stuff. Didn't think so, but I thought I'd check anyway. Also, there are no hats, there are no helm pieces for casters until the very end of the game. You have leather helm that you get right now, and then you have the ribbon, and that's it. Well, I want to say there's like specific geomancer stuff and everything, but they're not that much better. Whoops, that was a waste. Alright, time for the Deusa. This can be a really painful fight, so fingers crossed it goes smoothly. Okay, that's good. I think the developers expected you to like explore all over when you get the boat, but you really can't go very far. Not until you do this part of the game. What's the best team to build? I mean, ninjas, and then whatever. I would say just go in and pick stuff that looks interesting and go for it. Like, utilize jobs that come from the new crystals if you can. And don't rely too much on old jobs because the game does expect you to upgrade your jobs as you go through it. But nice. Wow, really smooth. Holy crap. But just play with whatever looks good. Doesn't matter. There's no wrong answer aside from trying to beat the game with red mages. Okay, well, bye, I guess. Dash, we knew you so well, or something, I guess. I don't know. Had nothing of value was lost. If I beat it with all red mages, supposedly it's like almost not even possible. because the old jobs just do not scale at all, and you die. It might be possible at a very, very high level, but I'm not actually quite sure, honestly. One can only hope, Motzi. If they want to make bank on that poop sock market. Is this the Rally Ho bitches? Apparently I can use the ice helm. Very cold. Cold even. So cool it's cold. Wouldn't that be better to do 2 of those? Oh well. Nah, you can buy echo herbs, jerk. Okay, I think I'm pretty alright here. Wahoo! You know, it's kind of funny because the mini dungeon, the first one you go to, you have to stay mini in the dungeon, right? So when you get to the tower and you get to this dungeon and it tells you to turn into a frog, how many people, I wonder, stayed a frog thinking that you had to stay a frog and then... Oh, yeah, me. I did that. Cool. Well, rabble. Well, the only good thing about Dirge of Cerberus is it is a short game, so there is that. I would say you probably could finish Dirge in that time. But I can understand wanting to wait and make sure that you get to play a better game instead, you know? It was so good, I never even finished it. Yeah! I'm just teasing you. Yeah, I don't even get to celebrate my birthday by playing Metroid Prime 4. I mean, I get to celebrate my birthday by playing Final Fantasy, but like, Metroid Prime 4 also kind of felt like a birthday gift to me, and then it's right in the middle of the Final Fantasy Fiesta, which is every year, and so couldn't have just waited a couple months. Yeah. Thank you, Prophet, for the 123 bits. Oh, and get this, of course it shipped on time before the stream started, you know? Of course it did, because any game I don't want to play or can't play day one on stream, it always arrives on time. But anything else, I don't know if I want to do that though, Ariane. You know, I want to share in it, the experiences. The first time play is kind of magical, right? You know, it's sharing those experiences together. I feel if I played it first and then just be like, yeah, hey guys, I'm gonna play this again. I already played it though. I don't know, it just feels we're not getting that sense of wonder together, you know? Probably I forgot. Oh, I see what you're doing. Never mind. Merman! Merman! Hey, what's up, Costco? I will defeat you in your $1.50 hot dog! Yeah, see that big thing wrapped around him? That's not a snake. Well, or is it? I don't even know this guy cast a mini. Man, what if they were married? And like, that's why they're separated. You rip that out of her head. Ouchie, that hurt many lots of hurt. Nice. Yes! Woo! Alrighty. He was being a bit of a jerk, but we were able to get the heals off in time. There's a $1.50 hot dog following me again. FF2 glitch all over again. Dang it. We just can't get away from it. Well, at least he untoted me. Because I guess I have a Maiden's Kiss, so it's not that big of a deal, but still, I only have one level 2 charge, so... I think Stalag might not have any problem with this battle. What? How dare you? It seems like the wise thing to do. I think I'm with you on that one. Just be like, well, you got your stuff. You got your stuff going on. Yeah. All cheeked up on a Thursday night. Oh yeah, the AoE tax in this game is way better. It's not just that the AoE tax is better, but it's dynamic. Meaning that depending on how many enemies you hit depends on the tax that you get. So it's not just, oh hey, it's 20% damage if you AoE no matter what. It's like, okay, 50% damage if it's 2 targets, 30% damage if it's 3, that kind of thing. I think it's even better than that, though. Har har har, you're fools! I was only pretending to be dead. Me and my snake bikini are out of here. Peace, idiots! Can't remember if he lets you have the items just yet or not. Yeah, no. It's all scholar stuff anyway, but there is some neat armor that might be better. Can't remember. Joseph reels in fear. Well, I've never really used Scholar, even in the Pixar Masters, so I guess it'll be an opportunity to let it shine here. Since I have to use it, the next crystal only unlocks non-caster jobs aside from Scholar, so... I love this Chocobo Forest. It does absolutely nothing. Like, oh good, I got a Chocobo, alright. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna do my normal strategy here. Wait, why am I not taking damage? Did they remove that? My normal strategy is go through the dungeon, get all the treasures, leave, restore, come back, and then I go a beeline it to the boss. And the reason I do it that way is because the boss is rough, and that will give me a few levels. It's like a sort of grinding thing, but and also, there's a lot of side passages for the treasures. And this will just kind of allow for a much faster path to the boss, which will, of course, you know, be good for the resource management when I get to the boss, so I can have all my maximum spells and everything. This like the rest of the bosses, I didn't need to take it too carefully, you know, like they're kind of rough, but you shouldn't have to worry too much about it. But this one will just straight up like kill you in 2 turns, and you can't do anything about it because if it casts breath 2 turns in a row in between your heals, you die. That's it. You're dead. Although, to be fair, there is autosave, or rather, a quick save, and yeah, autosave and quick save. So, I mean, you know, those are helpful. But this game moves quickly, and the dungeons are relatively short, so... Maybe what I'll do is I'll see what I'm left with by the time I get to the end and decide if I want to continue or not. There are quite a bit more spell charges in this one, which makes it much, much more easily managed. In Final Fantasy I, your spell charge is capped at 9 per level, which obviously is severely limiting. But in this one, you can get as many as, like, what, 40, 45 in some levels? You might be right on that, Ariane. I just don't recall specifically. You can see the dungeon is already being a lot more of a pain than any of the previous dungeons. Marshmallows. Oh. Fiesta is petrified, apparently. Okay. I wonder if this is the first Final Fantasy to start the whole, the actual weakness to the flan is the opposite color. Because in 2 it was not like that. In 4 it's like that. Just another name for a bomb. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna try it. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm not gonna go back this year. I can do it. I can do it! Well, I can. I just have to not get flame breathed, and then I'll be fine.
I'm in danger!
Understatement of the year. Thank you, Prophet, for the 277 bits. Well, I wanted to use that cure after they attacked, but okay. Well, there's Flame 1. Yay! I have to get my Kira off first, or he has to do something that isn't a flame. Or something equally damaging on my party. Okay, at least I got the Kira off first. But it doesn't even heal as much as the flame does in damage, so I mean, already I'm like lower in life again. And I'm dead. That's it. Done. Cool. Welcome to the fucking salamander fight. Yep. Typical. Typical, I decide to go in and not come out and refresh myself, and of course I get completely screwed. Now I'm being stubborn and pushing my face against it regardless. Since I've committed. Oh, I'm not tilting. Well, at least the cure should put me ahead of death range on another one. Now you can breath. I need a cure to go off first though this time, or else I'm dead. At least I won, but my XP is totally porked now. Whatever. Or at least I got out of it. That's the big part. Hate that fight. Hate it so much. Well, Final Fantasy is like 1,000,000 XP behind everybody else. Right, Sylvia? If 8-bit theater taught us anything, it's that mages are best at stabbing. Ranger, Knight, Thief, and Scholar, which means that we have to use Scholar. The first act of my Scholar is to be a corpse. It was down there with the magnifying glass. Yeah. This is my grave. Yes, I would like to know the time and where 7... Well, I don't care where he stopped. I just want to know his timer. $27.25? Is he only streaming like 6 hours a day? I've always seen a 0 HP thing be more like a swoon, you know? Oh, apparently you could have used this. Quite a bit better, too. Interesting. Same stuff, I guess. I just wanted to make sure the Scholar couldn't use anything there. Well, I guess this forced use of Scholar will kind of give me some information about how to use them, so maybe I can utilize them in a different year to my advantage. Can't believe he's basically almost done with FF3 as well, and I'm, like, barely even started. Alright, well, if that's the timer 7 is at, then that's pretty much time for us to wrap it up. I guess it's only about an hour early, so in the interest of keeping our timers relatively equal, we're gonna wrap it up here because that's the whole point of the Final Fantasy Fiesta is a race, and we want to keep those timers even. Well, the point is a celebration, but you know, you get the point. All right. A little bit of an early out, but not that big of a deal. Just a few minutes from when we'd normally end, about a half hour, you know. I always usually say like go till 8, and then depending on how you feel, go from there. But I mean, I'm ready to go. I'm freaking full of energy. I'm ready to freaking jam. But we want to keep our timers a little even, so let's do that. I'm still about 20 minutes above his timer. But yeah, amazing times. I will definitely do that, Ziggy. Thank you. Amazing times. Thank you for all the amazing support, bits and donations, and subs and resubs and sub gifts. Quite a bit of love today. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for more Final Fantasy Fiesta. In about 12 hours for 7, and in about 16 hours for me. 17 hours for me. Gosh. Whew. The timer, the schedule's on the website, so check that out. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for sharing in this Final Fantasy journey every year with us. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Good night. Good night.